Hello, everybody. Good morning. And welcome to day 2 of our awards panel. Thanks for your patience. We're about ready to get started. I just want to say a few words before we begin. I'm really happy to have our applicants and any interested members of the public here in attendance, because we think watching a panel process is a great opportunity, particularly for new and prospective grant applicants, to see how their applications are reviewed by a panel of peer experts. And our panel is composed of leaders in cultural spaces throughout the country with diverse experience, background, and expertise. We had a great day 1, and I encourage you, if you're going to go back and look at the recording of these panels, take a look at day 1 as well. There are just a lot of great nuggets that one could learn from this panel. So this webinar is being recorded, as I said, so if you miss your review and want to listen to it at a later time, you may. We're reviewing everything in alphabetical order, and we're going to post the name of the applicant on the screen so you know where we are in the order of reviews. We always encourage applicants to listen to a number of reviews, not just your own, to get a sense of how the panel is scoring based on the rubric that we provided. A couple of other things to note, because this is a webinar, attendees are in listen mode only. So questions about individual reviews cannot be answered in this meeting, and clarifications by the applicants cannot be provided. We're going to go through the applications pretty quickly today, but please note that all panelists have each read and reviewed every application in the weeks before this meeting, and they've all preliminarily scored the applications. So there are going to be 2 readers to introduce each application, but remember, all scores are counted equally. Scores can be adjusted today as they're being reviewed, and final scores will be an average of all scores assigned. Individual scores will not be announced out loud during the reviews. At the end of day 2, we'll project a list of all applicants ordered by score, and panelists will make recommendations as to which applicants should be funded, which, if any, should not be funded, and which are scored at the top tier as eligible to receive additional support. No award amounts are determined at this meeting, and we will not announce the awards until they're presented to the Sacramento Arts and Creative Economy Commission at its March 14th meeting. So for a full schedule of the panel review, order and times, go to our website at arts.cityofsacramento.org, grants for nonprofit organizations. And that's it for my long introduction, and we'll start with the first application. Oh, and I'm going to be reading again the first sentence, usually the first sentence of everybody's mission statement. So I apologize if we're not getting your entire mission statement in, but this is just sort of a warm introduction. New Art Education, Inc., DBA NorCal School of the Arts. Northern California School of the Arts provides holistic theater arts training programs and supporting young artists from diverse communities to create, express, and participate in theater arts educational opportunities. And I believe, Katie, you're going to start?
Yes, I am. So the extension after that part of the mission statement that I think is important to start our discussion with is that they called out specifically that social emotional learning practices are woven throughout their work, and they're integrating theater and SEL. They also spent some time in their application talking about providing professional development for their teaching artists, specifically in social emotional learning. And I will kind of move to the top and move through my comments in chronological order. I noted that their in-school programs are free for students. They provide scholarships to their camps and classes. They work in a large number of Title I schools. They have a fairly diverse staff and board. Their racial equity, anti-racist, and related trainings that they provide to the staff. They spoke about their culturally responsive curriculum, lesson plans, and even specifically listed out some books that they use when they're working with story-based theater from literature with students that also fall along the culturally responsive curriculum work. In artistic impact, I noted that they're employing highly trained teaching artists. I also really appreciated in the work samples seeing teaching artists in action, working with students. I felt like that was really helpful in helping me to understand how they're doing what they're doing and what the impact is on students, or some level of the impact, a slice of it. They work with, they said, about 4,000 youth a year in their school program. And this was perhaps it was mentioned elsewhere, but this was the first time I noted it, that in that sort of like, how do you make Sacramento a wonderful destination? They talked about their, that they help create a community where families want to live because there are arts opportunities for their children. And that really struck me. Let's see, they spoke about in community impact, their programming being embedded in historically underserved or underinvested in communities, and working with youth in those communities. And I also was struck by that, you know, because I was like going into this whole theater teaching artist thing. And then they talked about some additional programs that they offer around college admissions, counseling services, and a leadership institute. And I thought that those might have a really strong impact on their community, and are something that I don't always see a theater organization doing, or if they're doing, they maybe don't call it out. So that was pretty exciting to me. And in organizational accountability, they appear to have a very integrated budgeting process where they described kind of voices from all levels of the organization having a say in the budget. This was another, I mentioned yesterday how it was interesting to see how organizations connect with one another across the applicant pool. And they mentioned that they do a sponsorship of the Linnea Festival every year. And I thought that was such a great, you know, seeing those two organizations working together for both the festival and for new art education. I thought that was wonderful. And I think I'll stop there because I feel like I have said everything I need to say.
Thanks. Julius, anything that you want to add?
Yeah, Katie definitely did a great job of hitting a lot of the points that were shared on their application and in line with the rubric. But in DEI, I definitely agree with what Katie said, but I think it was great for me to see that they had an anti-racist focus on their work. And it was awesome to see that be called out. In regards to artistic impact, definitely agreed with the social emotional learning being pulled out and being focused on. You know, though they have, you know, 3 full-time staff and 22 part-time staff, it's great to see that there was also youth interns as well, and 140 teaching artists, which is really awesome to see. In regards to community impact, all the things that Katie said, plus I think it's great to note that they're focusing on a lot of Title I schools, which is really showing that they're helping to provide opportunities for kind of disinvested neighborhoods and disenfranchised neighborhoods and communities. And they are doing lots of shows and lots of camps, so definitely providing great community impact. And also noted there, you know, which a lot of us had to do with the COVID shift in regards to making programming virtual so that students still had an opportunity to engage in the arts is really important community impact work. And then organizational accountability, it's great that they have 4 months of reserves. They had a really balanced blend of both earned and contributed revenue, 62% versus and 38% respectively. It's good to see that the board is donating, half the board is donating as well. So those are the points that stood out to me.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything that they want to add to those comments?
Anu, I'll just say, it looks like they pay their teaching artists for lesson plan, preparing lesson plans, which is great. And also that they share those lesson plans with the classroom teachers for them to be able to repeat and integrate those exercises with their students outside of the kind of arts focused work. So I thought that was.
I'll throw into, it's Michael, I'll throw in that this came up several times yesterday, and especially for a group that's educationally focused, you know, they're not going to have like reviews and things like that. And so what was really great in this application first was that there were testimonials from the teachers on the impact on their students that were part of the narrative. And then they had the interview with the teaching artist on their video. And so it was just really great to hear sort of really firsthand how the the good work that the organization's doing. So kudos for including that for us.
Just a quick comment from me, Letitia. I was pretty impressed with how young this organization is. And I just feel like they kind of just went all in, and they're just doing really great work and for being such a young organization.
Thank you. Okay, if that's the last comment, you can finalize the scores and we will move on. Excuse me. Rincones de mi Tierra, Grupo Folclórico. Rincones de mi Tierra main objective is promoting the history and culture of Mexico through the use of music and traditional dances to its members and the community. Julius?
Sorry about that. I didn't think I would know where the mute button is, but it kind of gets hot hidden under my icons. Yeah, I thought great to see another cultural organization that is focused on preserving the history of Mexico and using music and traditional dance to do so. It's great that the board and staff are comprised of the community that they serve. Also noted that it's awesome to see that they are focusing on both youth, children, and families, focusing with a focus on low-income immigrant families. In regards to artistic impact, it is awesome to see that there are 12 volunteers that are supporting the programming, and folks are contributing in that kind of way from the community. And then they're highlighting the region's reputation for cultural as a cultural nation by providing an international focus on the workshops and concerts and classes. They have folks who come in from Mexico, Central and South America to participate and engage in those wonderful concerts and classes. And they have a wide range of the number of folks who attend their concerts, classes, etc. I think it was 150 through 2,500. So lots of people are engaging, and definitely that increases the impact on the community. Let's see. Those are my notes here. I'm sorry.
I'm happy to jump in, Julius, and add to that as secondary.
Yeah, please do. Please jump in.
I almost thought like they were selling themselves short in this application, because it's really clear to me that they're doing incredible work. They fulfill a really important mission, but I just wanted it to be drawn out more in their application. They teach 20 classes a week. I mean, I don't do anything like this, but that seems like a lot to me, especially for the size of this organization. They charge a fee, but offer discounts to large families. And as Julia said, they mainly serve low-income immigrant families. They didn't list any partners or businesses that have benefited from their programming. And that's sort of an example of what I was saying, that I think they're selling themselves short here. They're currently in transition. During the pandemic, they temporarily closed to save rent, which I think is a smart move. And they're about to relocate to a new location in the heart of the Mexican district of Sacramento. It seems like the move plans have garnered positive community feedback. They didn't list an amount for board donations, but they do have a balanced budget, even during the pandemic, due to pretty strict financial oversight. And I thought their work samples were just so beautiful, especially of like the dancers on stage and their marketing materials. There were, however, this is just like a minor detail. There were a lot of like static shots of the company arranged on stage. And I think that the application would have been even more persuasive with more like action shots. But the costumes are beautiful. It just looks like everyone who's participating is having a great time.
I agree. You mentioned a little bit about the kind of the organizational accountability. I thought that it was worth it to note that though they currently listed that they don't have reserves, and you mentioned kind of how the COVID impacts, so that may have been the reason for not having current reserve, but their budget plans usually make it a point that they have 7 to 12 months of reserves, and that's what helped them stay afloat during the pandemic. And so I think it's worth it to note those two different items. Though there's no reserves now, they usually have 7 to 12, and that's what helped them get the reserve.
Yeah, and this might be an example of it, and we've noted with many organizations where this application, the way it was structured and the newness and the multi-layers of this application, it has been challenging for many organizations. And this might be an example. I can't 100% say that, but yeah.
I'll make a quick comment. The one thing that stood out for me with them is that, Mexico is, I think what we talked about earlier, is like a community within a community. Mexico is like communities within a community, because the regions in Mexico are so diverse in traditions, and they speak so many different languages, and they have so many, they very cultural similarities. But I love that they're producing work that is not just from one region, that they're really, I think they covered maybe about 6 or 7 regions in their performances.
I'll note too, I mean, they don't have staff. So this, again, to the point that they're selling themselves short for how much work they do is an understatement, right? So, and their budget the last 2 years, it looks like a lot have been going to rent. They have revenue coming in from memberships, monthly due, and fundraising, but I don't know if they, based on their doing performances, I wonder if they can earn revenue through ticket sales or other opportunities for more earned revenue. I appreciate that there was costumes on their budget line, because it's such an integral part of probably performances. But nothing was listed for artist fees or other fees for the volunteers or stipends.
Okay, if we're done, then we can finalize our scores and move to the next, which is Sacramento Area Youth Speaks. And we may be a little out of order in your paperwork, because they were the regents of University of California at Davis. So that's where you're going to find them. But it is Sacramento Area Youth Speaks program that is applying. So SAYS utilizes critical literacy practices and spoken word performance poetry to engage, educate, and empower students within and beyond the walls of school. Anu, I believe that's you.
It may take us 1 minute to get to it.
Yes, I know, and I'm sorry, because when I was ordering them, I so have it in my mind the name of the entity that's the art entity, and then we get these kind of very formalized sponsors, which are a little bit different. And I literally think it's the Regents, so it might even be under T.
The Regents of the University of California.
Yeah.
Melissa, I'm just noting, it looks like we've lost a new.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she
She's fall-
just texted and said her internet kicked her off.
Yeah, she's fallen off the call.
I can,
So if you want to start, yeah, that
Take
would
it
be
on.
great. And then she can pick up when she gets back.
absolutely. So I'll
Thanks.
mention that SAYS, we're gonna call it SAYS, is also a social justice arts education movement that empowers youth and transforms education by creating platforms for critical literacy, arts education and access to higher education with youth voices and civic engagement. And they have several core programs. I'll mention a few, but over the last decade, they've developed and facilitated a myriad of diverse student-focused programming that have been culturally relevant and responsive to direct services for youth. So, sorry, 1 second. Let me skip over to my notes.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. Apologies.
Okay, and either one of you can just chime in, but keep going.
Lisa, if you want to continue,
Sure.
or I can.
Happy to. I wanted to mention, hold on, sorry, 1 second. I'm going to go start with the diversity area. It's housed at UC Davis, so it's being co-managed in the Department of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. So that positions them very well. So they know a lot about their target audience, their staff. They have a strong board diversity composition and staff diversity, although there's only 2 people. They're targeting recipients at the 70% African American, 20% Latinx, 10% Pacific Islander, Southeast Asia, Native mixed, and are both a part of the LGBTQ plus community as well as disabled participants. So they had a strong DEI kind of positioning. And then for artistic impact, I wanted to mention, out of several programs they have, there was a couple I wanted to highlight. One is this SAYS Citywide Youth Poet Laureate Program, which elevates the voices of teen writers while providing a platform that promotes youth voice, civic engagement, political literacy, social justice, youth leadership, and so many more to help them in community building. And then another one I wanted to mention was their citywide poetry slam season and Brave New Voices slam team. So they go through, this is for ages 13 to 19, and they go through various communities throughout Sacramento who will, and then complete this international poetry slam known as Brave New Voices. Total annual board donation was listed as 12. So I don't know that they did not seem to have a figure amount there. So I'm curious what the board is actually bringing in. They do have 2 full-time staff, as mentioned, but they are receiving full medical and health benefits and take part in the university's retirement plan, so they're well taken care of. They're often paying a minimum of $60 to $100 per hour to contract community artists. And I would just highly encourage that dollar amount be considered to be higher. We always encourage paying our artists more and more. And I'll stop there if Anu, you want to tag team back in.
Sure. I'll just say briefly, because you may have already mentioned all of this, but that is led by Black women. The programming is culturally relevant. They really develop young artists with strong merit, employs artists of, high quality teaching artists. And they seem to have really strong organizational planning and kind of pedagogical commitment to employing artists of color representative of the communities. And they also said one thing that they're one of the only arts and education and literary organizations being actively led by Black women in the city. But overall, I just thought the application was very strong and intentional.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to be able to say her name right, but Alexandra, it was so nice to see Alexandra's story come out of this. I just want to make that note. Some of their examples were fantastic, and that was definitely one that stood out.
I'll add to that, just a great example of, bringing, doing great work with young people. You can see the stories that were in there about how it impacted young people and made a difference for young people. But it is great to note Alexandra Hun. She was the first National Youth Poet Laureate from Sacramento. And she also is the first Vietnamese American to be crowned as the National Youth Poet Laureate. And it definitely brought a lot of great attention to the Youth Laureate Poet program that SAYS does, and brought a lot of attention to Sacramento, and definitely was something to continue to inspire and encourage other young people to engage in the arts. So it's really a big deal around here.
It just seems like they've put Sacramento on the map in terms of this particular art form. They're bringing a lot of it really positive attention to the area. I really like that the application gave us a lot of detail on the artists they're working with and on the folks they're bringing in and from where and what their disciplines. It was, for those of us not from Sacramento, it just really gave us a very complete picture.
Thank you. Any other final comments? Okay, next applicant is Sacramento Ballet. The mission of the Sacramento Ballet is to entertain, educate, inspire, and engage through the power of dance. Katie.
Okie doke. I will start with the work sample because I felt like the work sample, they were able to include work samples that showed the variety of programming that they're doing. So there was sort of your traditional things that you would see from a ballet company with Nutcracker and those kind of classical performances, but then there was new works that sort of bridged into the contemporary ballet realm, as well as footage of their school programs and their dancers working with students in schools. So that was really helpful to me. And then going back to the top of my notes, speaking of the education programs, they talked about offering free after-school dance classes in Title I schools. I thought in the inclusion and accessibility realm, the fall prevention through dance, I was really intrigued by that program, and as well as their adaptive dance programs and the sort of partnerships that they have around those programs, I felt were very strong. Also on inclusion and access, they noted offering point training for male identifying dancers, which is, in my experience, unique in ballet companies. So it's nice to see that they're doing that. And they spoke about prioritizing bringing works. This is sort of a direct quote from their application to local stages created by choreographers who identify as women, BAIPOC, people from Asian and Latinx communities, people with different abilities, and older adults. So it's a long list of who they're prioritizing. But I think it's important to call those things out. I appreciated that information and that attention that they're giving. From the work samples and the narrative, it seemed that they really put out a very high level of artistic quality in their dance performances. They are working with union staff, aligning with all of the appropriate compensation for their union staff as well as non-union staff. And they did talk about drawing artists to Sacramento and increasing the artistic and cultural engagement by bringing in new artists. Looked like pretty high attendance at their events and shows. This as a dancer, this really just brought me great joy. They talked about providing dancewear for students who can't afford their own dancewear. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty standard. Then they talked about laundering the dancewear for free. And I don't know if anyone else on this panel is a dancer, but laundering your dancewear is really quite a task and does take resources, and not the least of which is time. And so for saying they want to work with underserved or underinvested in communities, laundering their dancewear for their students is huge. I thought that was really cool. Again, that community partners in health and wellness and aging with the fall prevention program stood out to me. Looked like they had a clear budget process and a robust marketing strategy. They do have 100% board giving and 4 months of reserves right now. And then I'm intrigued to see what comes of the new program that they described that they're working on called Visions. Said we'll create premieres by internationally known BAIPOC creators formed in new movement styles, allowing artists, audiences, school communities, and students to expand their mind, body, and narrative. They talked about local scores being created, modern music. And so again, that kind of called back to me that they have that foundation in traditional classical ballet and they do those works, but they are also looking at more modern contemporary works that resonate with the community that they live in.
Thank you. Letitia, anything you want to add?
I have a long list of things to add. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I really enjoyed this proposal. I just thought it was very thoughtful and everything was just really well written. I am amazed at the amount of programming that they produce. They're an organization that's clearly supported by the community, their board, and their partners. They provided great support materials, and the videos were great. I think that they really speak to their community impact, just seeing all the brown and black faces in the sitting, Indian style on the floor in the gym, watching tentatively and super engaged with what was happening on stage. And what really hit me was the video of the little girl who was called to stage to mimic a lift that was demonstrated to her by the ballerina. And, the person lifts her up and she just flawlessly performs this, the lift and exactly how the ballerina performed it. And I can't imagine how she felt. Like she had to have gone home with the biggest smile on her face. And just thinking about the impact that had on her that day, that really touched me. And I was grateful to be able to witness that. Their board and staff, just a couple things that stood out was that the board donates $65,000. I hope I read that right. They're very engaged. one of the other things that really impressed me was a statement that they made, and it's really long to read, but it starts off just saying, we are people who identify as LGBTQIA, BIPOC, female, male, cisgender, non-binary, and other adults. We have intellectual and learning differences and come from diverse social and economic backgrounds, like including foster youth, adoptive, single parent households. I mean, they just ran the whole gamut of everybody who is in the company. And, you know, even as far as listing all the languages that are spoken, I just thought it was a really great statement. Again, a little long, but it was really great. I think, I mean, yeah, and I, again, enjoyed reading this proposal, and I was grateful because I'm on the board of a small ballet company here, and I got a lot of really great insight, and I'll be able to take this information back.
Anybody else have anything they want to say about this application?
Yeah, I will. This is Anu. I agree with what you all are saying. I do think that there are some places that, you know, they could be stronger in terms of diversity of staff and artist board and programming. But I think they, you know, I think that if they continue to do what they're doing, that's great, and develop it further. I noticed that their budget is 2.2 million, I think, for 2021. And at the end, the tax form showed that 1.6 million was under personal expenses. And I think clearly they're doing important work, and it was just a little hard to understand what their budget actually was based on just that document. Because I would imagine with all of the various expenses for what they're doing, putting it under personal expenses isn't clearly showing, you know, demonstrating that. So it's just a note for the future for them applying for things like this. But I thought overall it was a whole strong application.
I agree with the new, and I appreciate those additional comments around diversity. I really enjoyed reading this application as well. And maybe it was just represented wrong, but under community representation, they do believe that their staff and board represents the community they serve. And then it was spoken to about how they identify. I'm just worried they listed it earlier that under staff and board that it wasn't as diverse. So I really hope they're not covering some of that up, and you know, they're doing so much more in the community, and we really applaud that. But I do hope they are considering diversifying those very people that are representing their community from the internal side.
Thank you. Those are great, all great comments. If we don't have anything else, we can move to the next and finalize your scores. And next is the Sacramento Children's Chorus. Our mission is to develop skilled, passionate, and confident students through exceptional music education and performance experiences. SCC provides an opportunity for children in the Sacramento area to learn and perform music at a high standard of excellence. And Michael, I think you're introducing this.
Great, thank you, Melissa. So Sacramento Children's Chorus was founded in 1993, so they're almost 30 years old. And they started with just 40 students, and now they have 4 choirs, or pre-pandemic, they had 4 choirs with 130 students from 2nd grade through 12th grade. So that's great that they're providing a real breadth of opportunities for children. They seem to really embrace, you know, recruiting a diverse student body. And my new favorite expression, programmatic diversity being the bare minimum. They have, you know, they're performing a diverse variety of repertory, music from many cultures, multiple languages, which I think is really great, especially with younger kids, to expose them to that just from a pedagogical perspective. And they've undertaken some international tours already in their time. So I think that's great, helping to spread the news about what's going on in Sacramento. Pre-pandemic, their budget was about 150,000. They took a pretty hard hit in the pandemic, dropped their budget dropping to about 50,000, a third of which was a PPP grant. So they really took a hard hit, and that's fairly evident in the application. They just seem to really have a hard time with COVID. And, you know, coming from the music education world myself, you know, it was, you know, just playing instruments was bad enough, but like singers, you know, just that was, you know, there was a point in time where singers were wondering if they could ever practice their craft again, because it was seemed like every singing event became a super spreader. And so you can't blame them for protecting the kids and really kind of shutting down. But so they're very much in rebuilding mode. That's very evident as part of the application. But I think the good news is that they do have this really strong history that they can build on. And that's, I think, a really good foundation for kind of getting back on their feet. Their BIPOC numbers and diversity numbers, I thought were good, especially for a small staff. And they made a point of pointing out that they partner with the Gay Men's Chorus every year. So I think that's a nice partnership and sends a good message to the kids. They want to do more work on their DEI initiatives, but the message I heard in the application was that they, you know, that while they're rebuilding, that has to be their first priority, and then they'll be coming back to some of the DEI work once they're a little bit back more on their feet. I didn't see any kind of specific goals around DEI work in Repertory or anything else, or in kind of the planning or operations of the organization. Just from the way I read the application, it was hard to tell. They're doing their educational work, but it does not look like they've had any public performances since the pandemic, and even a little bit before it, if I read that correctly. You know, their examples of Repertory showed, you know, a rich cultural tradition that they're working on. You know, I would have liked a little bit more of what they've been doing recently in terms of diverse repertory. They mentioned a new work that was performed, but as I read it, it seemed that was a concert that was performed by a board member, not by the choir. And so that I found that a little bit of confusing. Their audience sizes are good. I would love to hear what their plan was for growing that. They have this wonderful neighborhood choirs program that they're doing at schools that was just getting off the ground pre-pandemic. It does not seem like that's running at this point, or they may have gotten it back off the ground since this application was submitted. But they need, what I would really like, and what especially would help me not being from Sacramento, is just very specific examples of where is this happening, how many students are involved, what is the diversity of those students who are involved. You know, I recognize how hard it is to pivot in COVID, you know, and schools are still struggling, you know, to let people back on campus in a lot of cases. So they're very much in kind of waiting to restart that. And I fully understand, you know, why they would do that. Their governance seemed good. 100% of the port is donating, not at a super high level, but certainly at an okay level. I really appreciated the discussion of pedagogy. I think it looks as if their leadership is well trained and knows what they're doing, and I found that very good. I think the video examples varied a little bit in terms of quality, and it's so hard to tell with educational organizations because all we're seeing is product and we're not seeing process. And that would be a big comment that I would make to them, is to show more rehearsal footage, to show things like that, rather than just showing us some performances, because it's, you know, with kids singing, it's, you know, it's a mixed bag, and it's always hard to kind of figure out exactly where we started to get to where we're finishing. And so, but I did see some good things. It was in their section on rebuilding and doing things. I did find it slightly troubling that all the children were masked in a rehearsal, but that the director was not. And I felt that sent an odd message. And so, you know, it's just something from an optics perspective to be aware of. But in general, I thought it was a good application. Let's see if I have any other notes here. Nope, that's pretty much all I had. I will bounce it over to Leticia if she has any other comments.
Thank you. You covered everything and more. I appreciate that very much. Just a few comments that I have. I really appreciate that the students have the opportunity to travel and perform in other countries. we all know how important it is to expose young minds to other cultures and experiences. And we have that here in the United States, but it's great for them to be immersed directly into those cultures and traditions and wonderful people. Also, that they provide an entire educational experience, bringing in history and theory while teaching them responsibility. I like that the children have the opportunity to start at a age and then continue with them through high school. And then I think I don't believe there was a mention of the cost for the participants. And I just would have liked to understand a little bit more about the tuition fees and material fees that are allocated in the budget.
They said it was similar to voice, or I think they said it was similar to voice or piano lessons in their narrative, but even that can vary pretty widely. And are they offering scholarships for their main? They seem to be doing their community programs for free, but is the main program, do they have a scholarship fund or anything like that? Would be good to know.
Exactly. Just two more quick comments. As far as the board, in their narrative, they made this statement, and it's something along the lines of reevaluating board composition, and they made a few changes, citing that it is difficult to find new members because not many people are interested in children's choirs. And that statement kind of didn't sit right with me, and maybe it could have been said in a different way. I'm not even sure about that, but I think there are really creative ways, and I think there are a lot of people who would be interested in a beautiful children's choir. My second comment is with the DIA, and you touched on it, Michael, was about them rebuilding. And the way I read it was that they were going to start the rebuilding after they returned to in-person programming, not that they had started. So maybe I was a little confused on that. But overall, I really enjoyed the visual support materials, and I really love that they incorporate movement in their performances, and they just really look like they're having a wonderful time.
Any other comments you want to share?
Just that what Letitia said about how not many people are interested in children's chorus. I cringed when I read that. I just thought like there are other ways to discuss that point. So thanks for highlighting that, Letitia.
Well, and one, I think, Christina, to your point, with 30 years under their of history, they've got alums now who would be in their mid-30s and 40s, who I'm sure are still very passionate about their experience in being in a children's chorus and would love to help with governance. So I think that would be a part of it too.
Great. Thank you. Finalize your scores. We'll move to the next application. The Sacramento Children's Museum. Our mission is to spark a passion for lifelong learning. We will accomplish our mission by providing a place where children are encouraged to think for themselves, expand their problem-solving abilities through creative exploration, and exercise both their bodies and their minds. And Letitia, I think you're up again.
I am. So this is a new applicant. I also enjoyed this proposal. Anytime we get to see children have a place that they can run and touch and observe and play and then learn, all at the same time, it's a big win for them and a big win for our families and an even bigger win for our communities. Of course, again, before I started the proposal, I went directly to the support materials and they did not disappoint. I love seeing all the cultural events and the story time picture that I believe that they're starting a story time with different language books that are written in different languages. And so it was just really nice also to see the facility itself. Again, because we're not from here, that gives us also a good sense of where they're working and how they're working within the facility. Let's see, the organization was formed and incorporated in 2005 from the vision of local educators who saw the need for learning through interactivity. Their board is somewhat diverse. I don't believe there was any mention of plans to diversify the board. So if anybody saw that, please correct me. They have 6 board members, 3 full-time staff, 11 part-time, and 75 volunteers. The part-time staff is paid $1 above minimum wage. And they stated that the staff and board are not representative of the community that they serve. As far as DEI goes, their 2 goals were to diversify their audience by hosting more guest authors storybook readings in different languages, and to increase their engagement with the LGBTQ+ community. I'm sorry. Their hiring and promotion practices. They directly reach out to a diverse pool of employment candidates, and they gave the example of they hosted a booth at the Sacramento LGBTQ Center, the center's job fairs. Their staff has received training from about inclusion in the workplace and training from the Sacramento LGBT Community Center about inclusion. Development of goals and plans. Since September of 2021, the museum has been a part of a task force working with DEI consultants from SMUD with the goal of a DEI statement, implementing strategies and evaluating current practices to see where they can improve. They also became a partner in the Museums for All program. And I love that because we have that here too in our museum. It's a program that offers a $2 admission ticket for families receiving EBT benefits. Their economic impact. The museum is the first and only children's museum in the greater Sacramento area. They attract visitors from as far away as 25 miles. So those visitors come in and do business in town. They go to the restaurants and shop at the local businesses. They serve youth in under-invested neighborhoods. Their partners, I love this. They partner with Snowline Hospice for a Grandparents' Day butterfly release event. This is where the children and families release butterflies to honor the special role grandparents play in their lives, and it's such a meaning intergenerational event. And I'm a grandmother, so that hit me. Their volunteers, they partner with the National Charity League Incorporated, which I've never heard of. And so I was happy to learn it's a mother-daughter volunteer organization. They have a long-time relationship with them. The community financially supports the museum through the Big Day of Giving, and they've partnered with the Sacramento Telangana Association to host a free all ages outdoor community celebration of, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Holi. In their programming, they target audiences of birth to 8 years of age with their families. They have exhibits. 2 exhibits that they talked about was play-based exhibits that promote creativity, the art studio and story factory stage, where the children learn about and make art with various mediums, tools, and techniques. And then they have a stage where there's props and backdrops and all kinds of prompts for the kids to create their own performances. They have an in-house youth arts program. They have a mobile museum of art and music programs. And I love these because they go into the school systems and into the communities. And they have guest programming. They have community cultural celebrations. And I love this too, that they have several different ones, the Diwali, the Hanukkah, Lunar New Year, and Dia de los Muertos that they celebrate at the museum. They handled the handling of COVID was really great. They obviously with how everybody else has handled COVID is doing in person, but they also did like drive-through events and distributed take-home activity kits. And even now that the museum is open, they're still following some guidelines, and they're still wearing masks. Support of local artists. They commissioned a Sacramento-based artist to paint 2 murals inside the museum. They also hired an graphic designer who created chalk art, which was part of the Chalk It Up annual festival. So I'm loving all these connections and recognizing all the names of other organizations and how they partner. They developed an outdoor pride festival to welcome all families to the museum. Their budget, they have good oversight of the budget. The board reviews it every meeting. 100% of the board donates and attends fundraising events, but does not assist with the planning of those events. I guess I was surprised that they were a first-time applicant. And I noticed that in a couple of other proposals, and I'm not sure if
I
they're-
can jump in on that a
Thank
little
you.
bit, and I can't
Thank you.
speak specifically to this application, but for this program, we haven't offered it since 2018.
Oh, okay.
And if you were an applicant in 2018, you needed to have a 3-year prior history. So there might have been organizations that just fell through the cracks of the time frame for these kinds of applications. And this may be an example of that. I definitely know that there are others, but a lot of this is about the timing.
Okay. And my last quick comment is just curious of how they, because their target age is birth to 8. So I was curious of what that looks like with the babies, their programming.
Okay, Michael, anything you want to add?
Leticia did such a great job. I'm not sure I can add anything, but I'll give it a shot.
That's a compliment coming from you, Michael, because you do wonderful reviews.
Oh, that's super nice and not true. I like their approach to DEI, and I loved some of the partnerships and culturally focused programming and the bilingual story times. I think all those were really great. And sometimes I guess, and especially with kind of a larger institution, I think some of what needs to happen is that, DEI is about putting some specific stakes in the ground around, kind of really setting some metrics for yourself as an organization. And I kind of yearned for that a little bit from this group. I thought this was a very strong application. So let me be really clear that I'm kind of nitpicking. And I think the other piece that there were kind of 2 other comments I'd make. One was that that their programming seems really strong, and that they're using community partnerships really well. And I would have loved to have some discussion about how they see the strengths of their educational programming, and is there anything focused on socio-emotional learning or trauma-informed learning, and just kind of a little bit more insight into that visitor experience as a whole. Like I'm not a museums person, and so it would really help to hear somebody, hear the application kind of talk about that. The qualifications of the curatorial staff, things like that, like where might that come in? And then the only other piece was that they took a pretty hard hit in COVID budget-wise. Their budget almost shrank by 50%. And I think when the budget changes that drastically, it would help if the application spoke a little bit to what their recovery plan was, just how they're planning on getting back to, pre-pandemic levels. So, but otherwise, a very strong application, nicely written, and clearly a wonderful community asset. So it's nice I'm glad they're here.
Thanks for those comments. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add or reiterate?
More of a blanket statement, and it's going off of Michael's last point. Really, for the application, it would be great if there was a budget narrative section, right, where a plan for recovery could be discussed, or where major deficits or surpluses and how they'll be used would be discussed.
Yes, you'd make this budget wonk very happy.
Right, thank you. That's a point taken. Okay.
This is Anu. Also, I think that the DEI work probably could be a bit stronger in the areas of employment and staffing, but the cultural partnerships were promising. And I did wonder that, similar to the Telangana Association with the Holi event, and possibly with Diwali as well, but wondered if they did similar kind of partnerships with other cultural groups for Hanukkah, Lunar New Year, Dia de los Muertos. I think that would just be useful. Maybe they do, but it would be useful to demonstrate that or mention that in the application. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, final scores. And next we have the Sacramento Choral Society and Orchestra. The mission of the Sacramento Choral Society and Orchestra is to provide world-class choral orchestral music for the people of the greater Sacramento region and beyond. And I believe Katie will introduce.
That is correct. So let me click back over to my other notes. I noted on our theme of what happens after the mission statement, like what other text is there? I noted, and they repeated this several times in the application, that they are the only community chorus in the United States to have an agreement with their own professional symphony orchestra. And I found that to be really intriguing. I don't have a lot of experience with community choruses, and so that seemed really exciting. On DEI, I noticed that it seemed like in the staff and board that DEI representation was a bit low, but they said they have created a DEI statement, and my note said they're aware of local and national training supports, but I wasn't clear if they were taking advantage of those training supports. And I think I would have liked to know more about their DEIA plans and either activities or more concrete where they're going with that work. They did talk about providing scholarships who can't afford to choral members who can't afford membership fees, concert attire, music. They do have a free ticketing program that seems to serve a large number. And I noted in artistic impact around compensation that it seemed like their leadership is choosing to accept pay below industry standard. They sort of outlined that, but that it sounded like artists and technicians were being paid at industry standard. So what I read into that was that their leadership was prioritizing paying artists and technicians over prioritizing paying the leadership. I was excited by their recent support of emerging composer with kind of dipping into the commissioning world. And I thought that was exciting area of artistic growth and also connection to community. The holiday concert seems to be really important and really joyful. And I appreciated the work sample around that. And I liked the, in several of their programs, I believe it was the Summer Sing and the Messiah Sing, sing along, where they talked about intentional, also at the holiday event as well, but they talked about intentional opportunities for the community to sing along and to sing with the chorus. And I appreciated that inclusion of community, literally inclusion of community voices, and that participatory element to their performances. They also noted a strong connection to veterans groups and honoring military service personnel. In the organizational accountability zone, my notes are brief, but it was very clear in the reading that they have a demonstrated budget procedure. They've got 100% board giving and 4 months of reserves. I think for me overall, I would have liked to see more clarity in the DEIA section and specific beyond working to attract younger audiences, specifically increasing BAI POC representation on staff and board, and so what the plans are around that. Balancing my comments, that it sounds like the community really enjoys participating with in their events and attending their events. So it seems like it's also valued in the community. I think that sums up my notes.
Thank you. Michael, do you want to add?
Sure. Thanks, Katie. That's an awesome summary. I think, I'm going to piggyback with you on the DEI. I think that this applicant needs to show a stronger commitment to that. They say throughout the application that they want to do more, and that they talk about it, and that there's a desire to do something, but they seem to be struggling to figure out exactly what that is. And I really, my suggestion to them would be to, really, look at the national organizations, groups like Chorus America, who might be able to provide some guidance. There's a wealth of information out there for groups that are trying to figure out, what steps to take. And, again, my favorite line from these is, that the programmatic diversity really needs to be their first step, that they aren't really reaching even there. Assuming that's the first place to start, there's definitely more that they could be doing there. I as a composer myself, I appreciate the commissioning that's happening, because that should always be happening with groups. But it would be really nice to see more works by women and LGBTQ and BIPOC composers. And I think they could track what they're doing, benchmark, against what other groups similar to them are doing nationally, and make a more visible commitment to that. I love that they're serving youth, but I wish that they were tracking the percentage of Title I schools that they're serving, or of minority students that they're impacting. They're just the discussion of that needed more nuance and depth. I thought their attendance numbers seemed great, and I think you're absolutely right. The community is enjoying going to these concerts, and they're a treasured asset. But we don't have enough history to know, like, are their numbers growing, or are they, what could they be doing to do more audience development, things of that nature. And again, it's hard when you're a largely volunteer organization to take on things that are, professional organizations are doing. But there are still I think there are a few things that they could do. I thought their collective bargaining agreement with the orchestra was awesome. That's a good thing to be doing. It's the number of hours the membership is giving to the musical community is nothing short of mind-blowing. I thought that was awesome. I think there's a lot of good governance going on, but I think even reading some of the subtext of the application, I think this organization wants to up its game, and I would like to see them. I would like to see them get support to do that, to do exactly that. Again, just as I said in the last one too, their budget took a pretty hard hit in COVID, and it would be great if there was a place for them to explain how are you going to recover, from this. And Melissa, I had a question for you. When were these applications submitted?
I believe that they were submitted in January.
Okay, so it hasn't been super long.
It was right.
I was thinking like
after
it was
the
October.
holidays.
That could be like a lifetime for a nonprofit these days. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
But other than that,
Anything else anyone wants to add about any elements of this application?
I just want to go back. I was just scanning through my notes one more time, and noting the in the community section, community impact section, also that they listed a pretty good sized number of organizations with whom they share resources, and some of those are organizations that are also in this funding pool. So again, we saw that cross community work and sharing.
Thank you.
and have they ever figured out how to get the buses for the kids? Any of us who deal with kids, buses, I mean, it's like, it is just the universal crazy maker of trying to, do that and partner with school districts and the expense and things. And so kudos for them on the buses.
And now there are no buses and no bus drivers. It's just compounding. Thank you.
I will add one thing in hopping on the DEI train of just that I do appreciate that they are, in the areas of free tickets and donations to communities, but it is unclear as far as community investment and like where are ways that the engagement is more in where communities can actually take more ownership and have more say in that versus a kind of services-based or charity-based model, which I think it's also an overall question of just where people and institutions are at in relationship to understanding DEI and community engagement. So that's just a kind of larger note, as well as one specific to this.
It's an awesome point here, because it's also about perception, right, Anu? It's like how it's, if your focus is a charity-based thing, then how do the communities you want to partner with perceive that in terms of how your stance as an organization in the community? I think I had a note to that in my notes, but I didn't say it anywhere near as eloquently as you did.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Final scores and next application. Moving on to Sacramento Comedy Spot. Our mission is to make Sacramento laugh. Sacramento Comedy Spot aims to educate and inspire everyone to challenge themselves, make a statement, and tell their story through improv, stand-up, sketch, and film. Lisa.
Thank you. And this is a new application, and I just want to applaud comedy being in the mix. It's really nice to see that. So to add, they're creating a unique comedy related event, shows and classes that connect people of all backgrounds through laughter. Sacramento Comedy Spot is the first theater in Sacramento to provide stage and virtual comedy shows in improv, sketch, and stand-up. They're also I'm in Colorado, not
Colorado.
Northern California's largest comedy school, which is also exciting to see that pairing. So with the diversity, equity, inclusion, I want to mention we could use more information on diversity and numbers on reach, more details on reach, who their audiences are. The board and staff diversity are a good start, but could use more consideration. This is not an uncommon theme. They do state to support, encourage, and promote diversity and inclusion within their walls and throughout the greater Sacramento community. So beyond just what they do, which is always nice to hear too. They create unique comedy related events, shows, and classes that are connecting people of all backgrounds, again, through laughter. And then I wanted to mention in that area, in 2019, they started FemFest, which was created as a celebration of women in comedy. They've done also some BIPOC community theater days. So in artistic impact, one highlight I wanted to share was for students seeking a path in the performing arts. They have courses that are fit to develop strong foundation through comedy on a path to professional success. And then the students are eligible to enter the performance arena through existing shows or developing their own. So there's a lot of like self-identifying and self-realizing that's promoted. The comedy school is also catering to non-performing individuals interested in just improving personal skills and mental well-being, which I love. Again, really, really innovative way to think through these things. They understand that improv is well documented as providing many health benefits in the workplace, in a classroom, and at home. And then diversity scholarship opportunities are also available for all of their courses. Regarding community impact, the theater holds about 80 seats for guests. They're open 5 nights a week and feature approximately 10 shows during that time, so they're busy. Again, covering stand-up, improv, sketch, with an average audience size of 60. And performances include amateur nights, graduation shows, development shows, one-off themes, and variety shows. They also support a program called Lady Business, Sacramento's first all-female comedy troupe. We could use more information on number of people served, again, just kind of hitting back on that, whether it's students, artists, or community engagement. They continue their efforts to be more diverse in their outreach. And then the space, which I believe closed right after COVID, was a free monthly improv session for persons identifying as BIPOC, to kind of come in a safe space and learn. For organizational accountability, their operating income in 2019 was around 20,000, and now it's around negative 75,000. But generally they're working with a $300,000 budget, but payroll, rent, and contract fees knock that down quite a bit. Possibly their fundraising could be bolstered. I know that during COVID, they adapted pretty quickly to do online programming, which helped sort of their baseline of new folks coming in, and it helped kind of cover their costs over that period of time. They pay competitive wages. They have 2 full-time staff who are responsible for the day-to-day stuff, and then 8 part-time that cover the bar, box office, and all that other good stuff that makes that place go. In 2021, they paid performers, instructors, and contractors just over $38,000 in compensation. So they're really, considering they're very new, they're very positioned and poised, and have a lot of interest in making sure there's fair pay. And then let's see, they've increased their earnings over the years since 2009. And they're seeking ongoing grant opportunities to kind of maintain their health. And then again, live streaming helped them out quite a bit. And then over COVID, they took advantage of government assistance programs and local, statewide, and national funding. That's all I got.
Okay. Anu, do you want to?
Yeah, I would just add, this is an organization that's an example of, while they seems like they're newer, and they're also kind of trying things out, and they're newer to kind of DEI work, but have been trying things. And I think it is an example of, like, you don't necessarily need a ton more money to try things, because it's also about relationships, which it seems like they're really seeking to do. So I noticed that they have a commitment in programming. It's not as strong as in the staff and board. It seems to clearly be a cultural hub, and they're just creatively trying different things in programming to connect to area communities. The finances were clear. I just thought that was just, I don't know, in looking back to some of the other applications, again, where there's much larger institutions that are also newer to DEI work, but seem to be more tentative. And I don't know, there's just something here that it's like they're trying things, and they're also kind of new on a spectrum, but like, it just shows that there are many things that people can do even within limited budgets.
Great. Does anybody have any other comments about this applicant?
This is Michael. I just want to say I'm so glad this group applied, because it helped me. And it's purely, this is very personal reasons, but it really helped me challenge my assumptions, like some artistic assumptions around what qualifies for support in a program like this. And when I first saw it, I was like, why is a comedy club applying? My brain just didn't go there. And I think they wrote a nice good application. And I was like, yeah, well, of course this makes sense. And they're creating a community space, and they're, and it was like, it's checking all the boxes. And I was like, wow, it really helped me to challenge my assumptions around that. So kudos to them. I think about comedy clubs in a whole new way. So.
Thank you. There are no other comments. We can move to the next one, which is Sacramento Fine Arts Center. Our mission is to encourage the creation and presentation of original visual arts, to support the cultural life of the community, and to encourage all artists to fulfill their potential. Christina.
Yeah, thank you. And they do that by offering art education programs and space for artists to show and sell their work. They formed in 1968 by merging independent art clubs, which I thought was really interesting. I think in the nonprofit realm, we don't talk enough about mergers. More than the narrative, the work samples really got across what they do, I felt. I loved the acrostic poetry video sample and the hands-on workshops for kids and the photo of a really cool looking shop where they sell local artists' work. I thought that while they vaguely address prioritizing DEAI work through their inclusive programming, they specifically say that the board reviews their internal policies to prevent unintentional inequities, which I appreciate, but the board does not seem to reflect a diversity of perspectives. They've also made investments in the accessibility standards of their space and are seeking to diversify their hiring practices. The board develops their programming, and I feel many things about that. I think that eventually, if they were to grow to continue to have their staff be able to take that on, that there could be a really sort of uncomfortable meddling within programming on the board's part, not being able to release that kind of thing, which really should rely on the staff expertise. I think there was an interesting mix of expertise on the board. They seem to be really stringent with their evaluation methods and procedures, but there's little mention of the impact of their programming. An example is that, they wrote this year that they'll pilot a program that teaches artists how to sell and market their art through a variety of avenues, which is really great, but they didn't say who's teaching it, how it will occur, what it'll cost, etc. And the same with their really intriguing Art of Aging series for low-income seniors, which sounds like it has enormous potential, but really required some elaboration in the application. Something that I picked up on, and I wonder if anyone else sort of zeroed in on this, they wrote that they pay the small staff of 4, which is 1 full-time and 3 part-time employees, above industry standards, but the highest paid employee makes under $35,000, which is below living wage. I looked it up in Sacramento for a household with 0 children. They have a base of 345 volunteers, which makes me wonder who's managing them. And do they have too many volunteers for the staff ratio? And are the volunteers sort of like a pipeline to the board or to donors? And then the budget showed a deficit in FY20. And that's what I've got.
Thank you. Michael, anything you want to add?
Yeah, Christina basically summarized the vast majority of what I picked up on as well. And the only thing, and I've said this multiple times, is I would love to see some kind of independent verification of the quality of the work that they're doing, either through other grants they've received or testimonials from their participants or reviews or local newspaper articles or something. Going very specifically on artistic impact by the rubric, I didn't read enough about the extent to which they might be expanding kind of traditional boundaries or raising new voices. There's definitely some there, but I would have loved more discussion of it in the narrative, and how they're actively contributing to Sacramento's artistic vibrancy. It's all kind of hiding in there, but you have to dig a lot to kind of get it out. And I would have liked them to address it more directly, but other than that, that's it for me.
Thanks. Anybody else have anything they'd like to add about this proposal?
This is Anu. Yes, I would say that there's one part they stated that they surveyed members and visitors to evaluate their current demographics and needs. And then with those results, they were able to develop programming to better suit various communities, but it wasn't really clear what that process was, what the evaluation was, and what were the key findings that they had. It would be useful to provide some examples that would strengthen the application and the connection to community impact and DEI, to just, have a few more details on that.
Okay. If there are no more comments, We are at our last application before the break, which is the Sacramento French Cultural Society, DBA, the Sacramento French Film Festival. The Sacramento French Cultural Society, DBA Sacramento French Film Festival, is committed to organizing and presenting stimulating, entertaining, and challenging signature events designed to bring people together in celebration of French culture through film and the arts. Anu.
Yes, well, I will say that this is a small, highly committed organization led by a woman who is highly lettered and very just kind of very high artistic merit, and very, very committed to sharing French film and the arts. And so they have year-round programming. They have a film festival, and they have also started to try to do things that are more trying to connect to some of the Francophone communities within Sacramento. Although I think that's rather new. They have a signature 6-day festival, which is apparently the second largest French film festival on the West Coast. They just have a variety of programming, and have partnered over the years with various institutions, and yeah, they're just very, very committed, award winning. And one note, the executive director was appointed the Order of Chevalier got a letter of arts from the French government. So with that being said, I actually struggled with this application in the sense that, and I kind of want to just put it out here to see, I would be curious to know, yeah, where it scored here for others. But basically the DEI intentions were to show films by Arab and Black French communities and films by African directors. It didn't seem to be that large of focus, and I'm wondering, should it be? I mean, I want to be mindful of what the mission of the organization is, and not try to judge it according to something that's not its focus. But also there, is a lack of diversity, it seems, on the staff and board. And also, I wonder what the base is of who's coming, and just what communities are actually kind of part of the kind of hub of this. The ED is a very accomplished artist. So yeah, I was a little unclear on the community reach. I loved that they had this intention to reach out to French speaking communities, but it was not clear how either successful it's been or what that history has been. Again, it's a small org running on a small budget, and those are my main notes. Yeah.
Notes from Michael about this?
Great, thanks. Yeah, I appreciated that they're trying to kind of reach out into the Black and Arab communities in France. And I guess to Anu's point, I would have liked a greater sense of how much that was occupying their programming. But I also noted that they've made a big commitment to African directors and to LGBTQ cinema. And they also mentioned a Jewish, that they were looking at the Sacramento Jewish Film Festival. So, I mean, I think that they're recognizing that there are important voices that need to get heard from a variety of viewpoints, and are trying to kind of center that in the work. I think that the application could have spoken more strongly to how much they were doing that. I mean, it's all there, but kind of give us the numbers to understand like how much impact is that having within the festival itself. Clearly their leadership is very accomplished and should be recognized. She seems like a force of nature, sort of getting out there and doing this. And I also noted, I'm trying to quickly look here because it says, yeah, so the staff diversity numbers are all 0 because there are no staff, basically. And so I guess it would help if we had a sense of like, what's the diversity among her volunteers and things like that, just to get a stronger sense of, again, where I think what we're left with, and I knew I'd love your input on it, but it's like, it just seems like there's a story that hasn't been told there. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. But there, and I thought this was a good application, and again, I think we're kind of very honed in on that. But I do want to say it does seem like that they are, again, their leadership is very accomplished, and that they are putting Sacramento on the map from a cultural perspective in terms of bringing a festival like this to the community. And that I think that there's a lot of thoughtfulness in the programming. And I think, again, the question could be, is she making all these decisions herself, or is there a group of people, or is there some kind of community input in terms of helping to shape what the festival looks like every year? I think I remember reading some of that, but excuse me, their governance seemed extremely strong, and their volunteer engagement seemed very strong. I appreciated the partnerships that they had in there. I love the dinner and the movie idea. I thought that was a great idea as a way to kind of impact the local, have an impact economically on where they are. They're looking to kind of bounce back to their pre-pandemic numbers, and I don't see any reason, as long as it's safe to go to a movie, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't at this point. I think that's it for me.
Anybody else have some thoughts they want to share about this application?
Yeah, this is Deontay. I'll just chime in. I was curious, and they provided a work sample video, but I tried to go to their YouTube channel to see some other work too. But just curious in terms of, because it is the French Film Festival, I didn't know if there were challenges sometimes of language barriers. Were the films themselves being produced in French, and just wanted to know like how accessible it was, because it sounds like they're also trying to make it educational for people as well. So I wanted to know if that might have been a possible barrier for folks.
They are all subtitled, so.
Okay, that's good.
That
See,
helps
that's good
out.
to know.
All the films are subtitled, yes.
I think the other, I guess, question too is that I want to make sure that as a reviewer that I'm not kind of scoring it based on kind of expectations of a larger institution as well. So that's come up. But one of the things that the application stated was that there were some Francophone community members that are African heritage who have just found this and been drawn to it. And so it seems like, it would be good to tease out and, encourage this festival to continue to build relationships within the community, the diverse community that makes up who is French speaking, as well as those who are not, who, like Deontay was saying, could really benefit from, kind of cultural exchange. It does seem that the majority of the membership of people who go are, have disposable income, are, so it'd be good to see that kind of diversity, but, it sounds like that's an area, the journey that they're going on.
Okay, if there are no other comments, we're at a good spot to take a break, and you bought yourself 5 minutes. So we're going to return at 11 o'clock. So you have a total of 15 minutes for the break, and enjoy, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Thanks. In a moment.
Let me know when I can start. Can I start, Melissa?
I think we're still waiting for, there's Katie. I think we're just waiting for Christina. When I see her face.
She's here.
She is back. I see her, I only see her picture. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're ready.
Yeah.
We're ready. Sacramento LGBT Community Center works to create a region where LGBTQ plus people thrive. We support the health and wellness of the most marginalized, advocate for equity and justice, and work to build a culturally rich LGBTQ plus community. And Letitia can start.
Okay, this is a new applicant. The center was originally incorporated as a special assistance program in 1978 under the Lambda Community Fund, which is Sacramento's oldest nonprofit tax-deductible charity specifically serving the needs of the LGBTQ plus community. In 2013, the fund began doing business as a Sacramento LGBT Community Center with the expressed purpose of being more inclusive and welcoming. This application was really robust, full of lots of really great information, tons of data. So I will try to be I will try to do as much as possible. So they have a diverse staff and board. They have 35 full-time staff members, 4 part-time, and a whopping 900 volunteers. 83% of their leadership team and 71% of the overall team identify as people of color. 50% are women, 29% are transgender or non-binary. And they really go into a lot of detail with their all of their data. They have a ton of data in this proposal. They have 4 regular full-time employees that receive medical, life, and long-term disability insurance, the employee assistance program. They have a retirement plan, paid holiday, sick, and vacation. And their part-time people also have employee assistance program, a retirement plan, paid holiday, sick, and vacation. And they list there's a long list of all the learning opportunities that are provided by their service. It's a service ADP. So on their DEIA, they always have believed in diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, which are the core values of the center. They created a new director of people and culture position. In 2016, they revised their recruiting practices to reduce potential bias and inequities. The data helps identify and monitor diverse gaps, and they use the targeted advertising to attract diverse applicant pools. The job descriptions are reviewed before each search to remove unnecessary barriers. They include both non-discrimination and diversity statements in their job descriptions, and they offer multiple interview formats with diverse selection committees. And since 2016, they increased the representation of people of color on the board from 30% to 6%, which is very commendable. Priority is placed on booking BIPOC and LGBTQ plus artists, performers, vendors, musicians for all of the arts and culture programming and public events that they hold. In 2019, the center created a 5-year strategic plan, which includes plans to not only diversify and grow out of their constituency, but to improve their quality of life. As far as programming goes, Sacramento, they have the Sacramento Pride March and Festival, which is the largest demonstration of activism and celebration of diversity and inclusion in the region. They have the Mamas Making Bacon that specifically focuses on their drag community. And I want to say Mamas Making Bacon like in a different voice. They have their Q Prom, which this is one of my favorite programs that the centers hold. Is a brave space prom experience for students to express themselves in their attire, music, dance, drag, and catwalk. They have a camp, which is an LGBT plus summer camp that offers the arts and crafts of a traditional camp experience without the fear of being bullied. They have Friendsgiving, they have a World's AIDS Day celebration. They have youth programs and other activities like painting, soap making, needlework, cooking, candle making, baking, drawing, and sketching. They also host a Latinx celebration, a Juneteenth commemoration, and Trans Family Day events to honor the diversity of the LGBTQ plus community. Target audience and constituency. The center serves a minimum of 25,000 plus people throughout artistic and cultural events. They provided collected data from 2020, and so they have Native American, Alaska Native, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and they run down all the list of who their constituency is and give percentages. So it was again really robust with data, and I really appreciated all the data. The age group that they target ranges from 13 up, and their gender identity is female, 20% female, male 34%, transgender non-binary is 26%. And 94% of their audience, which I found interesting, was low or very low income. Their specific target audience for programming is lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer people, transitional aged youth, individuals facing housing insecurity, which basically is another word for homeless. And I believe in the narrative, they discussed a lot about youth and the homelessness within the youth, and people who are unemployed or underemployed. Their typical audience size is close to 200,000 in between all of their programming, their online reach, and their attendance at events. Finally, their budget and financial stability. They have a large budget for arts and programming. Their board contributes financially and with the fundraising efforts. They describe the ways, the center has diversified revenue streams, monitors expenses with different care. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. The center has diversified revenue streams and monitors expenses with very carefully. Their new supporters alone in 2021 accounted for nearly 70% of the individual donor universe, which was pretty impressive. They of the center's capital campaign has been really successful. The $1 million extension to the original $5 million goal was approved. And in their words, it informs them that the significant growth potential in their major donor and foundation givers. And my last comments are, I was really impressed with their financial growth. Overall, it was a well-written and thought out proposal with lots of really great data. However, I was a little disappointed that there weren't any visual support materials. And that's
Thank you.
it for me.
Michael.
Yeah, I just can't say enough good things about this group. So it was a beautifully written application, so much data. It was awesome. It was just so much fun to just wash yourself in all that data, because you just learn. So they told their story so beautifully. They just did a really great job. Leticia highlighted all the really great stuff. You know, I mean, the Black and Latinx Leadership Council, the Q Prom. I too want to say Mama's Making Bacon in another voice. And not only do I want to say it in another voice, I want to show up. Like, I totally want to go to this. I love the queer youth arts showcase and marketplace. I thought it's just absolutely brilliant idea. I cannot find fault with this at all. And I think it's just a beautiful job.
I am so glad you said that, because I felt the same way. As soon as I started reading it, I just—
How can you not love these people?
Yeah.
They're just—
Thank you. Anybody else want to add or say anything new or comment on a different piece?
I just want to echo that I was disappointed not to see any visual documentation of the program in the work sample section. And yet I felt it was a really incredible application, as we've heard. So even though they did not tell their story through work sample, it seems that they were very effective at telling their story in writing. If it made an impression on so many of us without having a video, without having pictures. Although I still really want to see those things.
Good now.
you know, I think it would just bring to life their work for us outsiders even more.
Yeah, someone should buy their grant writer dinner.
And they also run a 24-hour youth shelter. I don't know maybe if you said that or not, but it's great.
Okay, if there are no more comments, you can finalize your scores. Thank you. And we'll move on to the next application. Excuse me, the Sacramento Master Singers. Their mission is to provide audiences in the greater Sacramento area with world-class concerts that engage and inspire, to perform a diverse repertoire of music drawing on the best choral literature from early chant to avant-garde, to offer an opportunity to accomplish choral singers for musical growth, personal fulfillment, and fellowship, and to ensure the advancement of the choral arts through outreach activities for area youth. And that was all actually written as one sentence, which is why we put the whole thing up there. So that would be Michael leading this one.
You just got to cram it all in there in that one sentence mission
It was all
statement.
I think they were numbered, so we didn't want to just offer one piece.
Yeah.
But
So the Sacramento Master Singers is a 33-year-old professional auditioned choir that performs a regular concert series that over their history has featured over 350 composers on their performances. Just first off, you know, that a community can support and sustain a professional auditioned choir is an accomplishment in and of itself. There are not that many cities around the country that have that. Their pre-pandemic budget was about $120,000. They dropped to about 100,000, just under 100,000 during the pandemic, but were able to achieve a significant operational gain because of curtailed activities that year. So they seem well positioned financially. It looks like they weathered the storm well. Pre-pandemic, they would present 3 to 7 concerts annually. And one of the things I liked about their application was that they mentioned several times about kind of reaching out to make a commitment to developing the next generation of choral singers, reaching out to underserved communities. I think, you know, that's, you know, most sort of quote unquote classical music organizations struggle with catering to an older audience, to an older demographic. And so the fact that they're seeing a problem and they're making plans to reach out and do something, I think is good. That being said, they have no BIPOC representation on their staff and board, and that's an area where they could be making significant inroads. And they speak in the, you know, good for them for recognizing it. They speak in their application to recognizing that they need to do more to diversify their audiences, both in terms of age and ethnicity. And this also includes the membership. If you watch the video, there are very few faces of color in the video. And so, you know, they're working, they've hired the consultants, they were implementing plans prior to the pandemic, and they've made a commitment to returning to it. They mentioned audience goals, like specific target audience goals, but they didn't tell us what they were. And I wish that that had been included in the application. They have changed their bylaws to allow for non-singing members to become board members. And I think that's also a good step for them. If the choir itself is not showing the diversity they would like to see, then at least one way to start bringing in new faces and new communities is to, you know, that's a pretty big step to, I think that speaks to something to change your bylaws to do that. They have diversified their repertory and they have adopted a DEI statement, and they hope in the future that they will be able to continue to hire a consultant. You know, there's a clear recognition that they don't have the bandwidth or knowledge to do this themselves, so they're looking for other options. Once again, I would say, you know, groups like Chorus America and stuff are doing a lot of kind of national level advocacy that they could be looking at for some benchmarking. They've been commissioning new works, which is again a step in the right direction, which I also like to see. I would have liked to have seen some history in their audience numbers, so it's hard to evaluate how they're doing with only one season of audience numbers. And I would have liked to have them speak to, I think another way that they can work on their diversity is to really speak to their community and to figure out how they can be more representative, how they can be more responsive, how they can be more open and affirming for all communities to come and enjoy the work that they're doing. You know, they talk extensively about reaching out to senior living centers, And that's great, but they openly acknowledge that that's a demographic that they don't have trouble attracting. So it's like, so, okay, so take this good work you're doing and transfer it somewhere else to go on there. And my question was, sort of, what else can they do as they come back from the pandemic? They know that they need a more diverse board. So I think I've hit that one enough. I really enjoyed a few of the clever ways that they figured out to stay in touch with their constituents during the pandemic, even though they canceled their 2,000 concerts in their full 2021 season. I wish we had a better sense of kind of where they are now, what this season has brought for them, and what they've been doing since they came back. They're very much in recovery mode, but again, I think they're well positioned going forward. I was pleased to see 100% of the board donating. So that shows that they've got their infrastructure is good. And lastly, I always get to the videos last. I'm like, Leticia always goes to the first and I always go last. And so because largely because for me, I like the grant to tell the story. And so and then the videos to kind of support that. But I will say that the performances that were on the video were very high quality and show that this is a great asset for the community. But it's a solid application. They know they've got work to do, and I thought they spoke very eloquently towards taking the steps towards doing it.
Thank you. Anu, anything to add?
No, I think you covered it actually. Strong application, deeply committed, rigor of art, active for years, not as strong in DEI work, and that's a place to grow.
Okay, anybody else want to add anything to the comments that hasn't already been mentioned?
Michael, did you say that they were waiting to come, like to return to I guess normalcy?
Yeah, the application doesn't say, Leticia, just you have this real sense that they're, at least unless I missed something, which, with 70 applications, you can certainly do. But the last thing I saw them say was that they had canceled their entire 20-21 season. So we're in the 21-22 season. And if these were submitted in January, I would have liked a little information on kind of how this season's going. How's the recovery going? I do not recall seeing that in the application.
And then what about the DEI? I missed what you said about the DEI.
It's like, that they know that, I mean, to someone.
I guess I'm sorry, my question is like, they're waiting to come back? Is from like to kind of return from?
Again, more clarity. I think more clarity in the application was needed.
Because I guess we've seen that comment in like one or two other proposals where they're like, well, when we come back from, from recovering from this pandemic, we're going to start this work, where I think that downtime is like the best time to do that.
I would agree. I think, that it's a great time to make plans, and it's not the best time for implementing, right? Because, if schools aren't open or community centers or things like that, and certainly my own organization, I mean, we spent these 2 years planning like crazy, and now we're like riding this wave of implementation, and it's scary, but it's exciting. But yeah, I would love to hear that. I would love to hear those stories a little bit more. And it could just be a timing issue, around the whole application process. I'll leave Melissa to comment on that one.
Deontay, did you have something you wanted to add?
I did, particularly around the diversity, equity, inclusion portion. I would just want to caution the organization for future grants. When we talked about things that were kind of jarring and that made us cringe sometimes as reading things, they used a lot of tokenizing language, in my opinion, particularly when they talk about this journey of Harriet Tubman project and really highlighting that they hired a Black artist for that project specifically. It kind of made me question, well, what else? And what else in other ways are you uplifting artists of color and stories centered around people and communities of color? And it's almost, a challenge as well to say, do we have to hire the one Black person to do the piece about slavery too, if I can be quite frank. So I think, just cautioning the organization to look at other ways that they uplift voices of color and also how they tell the story of it as well.
Thank you.
That is an awesome point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all the comments. If there are no other comments, we can finalize scores and move to the next application. And the next one is Sacramento Men's Chorus, fostering pride and enhancing lives one song at a time. And Katie.
Okay. Let's see if I have anything. Oh, I in keeping with my theme today of adding on to the mission statement, their vision statement was really lovely to me. And so their vision statement is a Sacramento, it says, vision, Sacramento Gay Men's Chorus will build a community where no one will be afraid to sing one's own song. And that really resonated with me. And I felt was a strong framing for me in reading their application. So I did see some diversity representation on the staff and board. A direct quote from the application says, singers include gay and straight men and women, cisgender, transgender, and non-binary and non-conforming folks. And I thought it was really interesting to learn how they expanded intentionally beyond just men in the chorus, and kind of talking about their journey in making those choices. I really appreciated that. And I felt like DEIA planning and action were both planning and action steps were clearly demonstrated and ongoing for the organization. I noted that they produce 2 major concerts a year, as well as many smaller events, and they seem to have a very experienced and qualified staff. Their holiday show seems to definitely be an annual tradition for many, as in my neck of the woods, the Seattle Men's Chorus and Seattle Women's Chorus holiday shows are also big traditions. They noted a lot of community support in terms of volunteers, donors, ticket buyers. We talked about how some of the other applicants in this pool also perform in their holiday show, and they have some partners across other arts organizations. And let's see what I wrote in the organizational accountability section. Clearly described budget process. I also wrote that they have a pretty diverse marketing strategy, and they're able to put some dollars behind that, to buy radio spots and things like that is not inexpensive. So everything from print to social media to radio, I felt like they had a nice balance of earned and contributed revenue, 100% board giving, and 6 months of reserves. Those are the highlights. But yeah, I was just really joyful to see that vision statement, a community where no one will be afraid to sing one's own song. And I felt like they are taking strides towards that vision in the work I saw.
Thank you. Christina, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I agree with everything that was just said. And, just to add a little bit more detail, I loved that they revised their stage dress code to allow for, the comfort factor for all performers, that, that they are really trying to diversify in their membership. I was also really impressed with their marketing strategies. And they said that they were expanding their marketing and outreach efforts from, just focusing on the Lavender District of Sacramento to the broader region, which I think is very smart planning. The one thing that I felt was missing was I would have loved a personal testimony here about the community impact. I feel like that, I'm making so many assumptions, as Katie beautifully said, this is basically about you being you as a singer and as an audience member. That can be inferred in so many ways, but I think to have a real life person saying that, who's not the grant writer, would have been really helpful. I appreciated their good governance, and also, as was previously mentioned, the pretty good split between earned and contributed revenue.
Thank you. Would anybody like to add to the comments that have already been made? Deontay and then Michael?
Yeah, I'll just go quickly just to kind of echo the sentiments around diversity and inclusion. You know, I think all organizations that kind of center themselves around one specific gender or one specific community can look at ways in which, you know, this organization is also being more inclusive as well, especially when we talk about gender equity and the spectrum of identity as well. I think that, you know, understanding that we need to also make space for trans and non-binary folks within some of these very specific organizations is also really important.
Thank you. Michael?
Deontay stole my thunder. It's same comment about, you know, where, you know, the LGBTQ community is super diverse within itself. It identifies itself through its diversity at this point. And I struggled with the application a little because I wanted them to talk more to that and to, you know, and especially for BIPOC in the LGBTQ community, that is an ongoing place where there's still a lot of work to do and a lot of voices to raise up. And I would have loved to have heard them talk more about that. I also didn't hear them talk about centering LGBTQ identity in the repertory they're selecting. And I would have liked more there as well. And then lastly, to Christina's point, you know, it was hard to judge the artistic impact because there was nothing about testimonials, there was nothing about reviews, there was nothing just even just about how does it make me feel to empower my own voice, right? Like it'd be nice to have somebody other than the grant writer telling us that story. And so I just struggled a little. I felt that they told a good story, but I think that they had the power to tell a better story and one that was more forward-looking.
Thank you.
I agree, and I'll just note too, it's one thing, and this is more a broad thought for all grantees that are in the similar situation where we're asking about board composition of diversity and staff, but not necessarily the actual choir or the symphony. And to see those photos and to realize like, oh, I'm kind of doing the numbers and it should at least be spoken about more. They may have done that and I missed it, but again, overall, it's good to kind of help us understand what they understand, who's on stage, and how they may be working on that or not know that diversity makeup and consider doing surveys and that kind of thing internally, at least start there.
I also didn't see anything like with community partnerships, like I would think that they perform at Pride or march at Pride or do something at Pride, but they don't mention it. And so it's kind of would have liked a better picture.
Thank you. Great. I think we're ready for the next one. Finalize your scores and we'll move on. And the next one is, oh, this is the one that was multi-part. I'm sorry. This is the one that was numbered. So Sacramento Performing Arts Conservatory. It's the mission of Sacramento Performing Arts Conservatory to give students access to training in performing art forms that reflect the ethnic makeup of their community, to provide opportunities for students to share their work with their community and peers through performances and showings, to develop an appreciation for the arts in schools and communities, to encourage and improve parent-school communication involvement, to provide an environment through the arts that encourages cross-cultural understanding and pride, and to provide arts activities before and after school hours to keep children and communities safe. And I think that's Deontay.
Thank you. I will note that they are a new applicant to this funding program, so I want to make mention of that. They offer a lot of core programs and services. They have 11 listed out here: before and after school group violin and piano classes, string groups, ensemble instruction and management, community concerts and arts venues, music scholarships for low income and BIPOC students, in-house instrument lending, link up concerts. So the list goes on. Their programs are pretty extensive. They say that the core audience for their constituency are youth in grades through 3rd grade through 12th, with some students pay tuition, and SPAC targets students whose families cannot afford private instruction and who cannot attend and who attend public schools without music classes. So staff is BIPOC led. I think there's only one full-time staff person. The board is not that diverse. They, convey that they have some high priorities around DEIA. I did have some questions around what that looks like in implementation. So when I go over to my scorecard, I did note that the board doesn't have any representation from LGBTQ plus, disabled, or other marginalized communities. And the organization wrote in great detail about their efforts to fundraise to provide more scholarships for their students who were disadvantaged. But I'm curious to know if they've explored the possibility of simply reducing the cost of their program so it was more affordable to students and their families. And actually, in rereading it, I wondered if they were saying students who couldn't afford their programming or services at possibly other organizations. And I don't know if anyone else had some insight or more clarity about that specifically. Because I would imagine that true equity and access work comes from kind of eliminating the barrier. So if they've acknowledged that cost is a barrier, how can we reduce that instead of simply just providing scholarships? So I wondered if they considered that in their DEI efforts. It seems like they had pretty decent community involvement, noting that the community is involved in the development of their music programs, assessment, the choice of their content, and the administration. I'm assuming because it is a one-person led organization, it seems like they have community members who chip in and support as well. I noted evidence of a plan to grow the composition of youth orchestras from 13% BIPOC to 30%, and a plan to grow and diversify their orchestra audiences as well. And their organizational priorities in terms of accountability did seem to shift and kind of align more with the organization's mission. They talked, I think, about some programmatic shifts that they were focusing on that seemed to be more aligned with what the organization sets out to do. So it's pretty solid application, in my opinion.
Thank you. I think Lisa.
Yeah, thank you, Deontay. You've summarized it beautifully. I'll try and add or complement what you've done here. Agreed, the board and staff composition, although at first blush, it needs to be considered for other marginalized community members. So definitely taking a look at that. And they are serving youth and families who lack access to music instruction because the schools don't provide that, which is a huge gap to fill right now. And those students are usually excluded from critical aspects of social, educational, and cultural life. The examples provided were so helpful. I really enjoyed looking through these. This organization has over 10 core programs, and some to mention would be like violin and piano classes K through 12, private piano, violoncello, and viola lessons. They do community concerts and art events, and then those music scholarships for low income and BIPOC students, some in-house instrument lending. The list goes on and on. It was really great to see and hear about, read about. And then again, as mentioned, there's an aggressive scholarship program that seeks out underserved students, and including low income, BIPOC, disabled, and LGBTQ individuals. And then indirect beneficiaries of these programs are community audiences who are entertained and educated through music performances, at nursing homes, hospitals, malls, parks, and civic events. So it's in a multifaceted venues across the city. And then, yeah, their income for 2020 was around 33,000. They've got the 6-month reserve, 1 staff, 9 contracted, and 50 volunteers. Sorry, I have a sneezing dog behind me. The salary and artist fees are fair and could also grow. There are no board donations shown, and they're only meeting twice a year, which I would love to see that ramped up, just so you're getting a better, you're better positioned to kind of adjust as needed, especially if it's a pandemic or what's coming next. So I would encourage that. They've been raising money through art auctions and instrument sales, obtaining donations, and otherwise optimizing their ability to remain self-sufficient, which they rely on heavily, is just being able to cut down funding needs. But I would encourage additional funding streams and fundraiser opportunities.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything to this application?
Yeah,
Oh,
go
no,
ahead.
you
Michael.
go first. You go first.
No, I will just say that the only question I had, it just on number 1 of their mission, said give students access to training and performing arts forms that reflect the ethnic makeup of their community. And so I think it seems that the art forms are primarily European classical music, which is fine. It's just when it's written that way, it makes it sound like that the art form trainings might be connected to the cultural heritage of the students involved. So that's just something, to clarify as they write stuff moving forward.
And I'll repeat my comment about how organizations with primarily educational missions, sometimes it's hard to verify artistic impact. And certainly one way that this group and other groups like it could help us to understand artistic impact would be to tell us more about the teachers and the resumes of the teachers who are involved in the program, so that we can understand that the quality of instruction that's going on is very high. I think that was my only, and then like testimonials, once again, like it would be great. I didn't see anything in here about testimonials from students or parents about the impact the program's having. And again, that helps us determine community impact and artistic impact.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, we can move to the next application. And this is the Sacramento Poetry Center. The Sacramento Poetry Center's mission is to promote and advance the practice and application of poetry and the literary arts in our community, to enliven and extend the cultural boundaries of Sacramento's literary arena by creating and maintaining forums for local writers, to support and empower emerging and established poets, and to bring the best practitioners of the craft into the community. Anu?
Yeah, I mean, a few things to note about this application. They were founded in 1979. They have done a lot of different readings that are featuring national poets. And then more recently, in the last decade, it says providing space for local writers. And they say they bring in poets from many communities. They actually later in the application mention Alexandra, the youth poet laureate, and also a number of organizations that they partner with that actually include ones who've also applied. And then have classes for incarcerated men at New Folsom State Prison. They help with the Poetry Out Loud competition. So they do a variety of things. I think a couple of the other things to highlight. I think overall, I thought it was an interesting application, a strong one. I just, it seemed that there was some DEI work among staff and board to a certain degree. I did wonder if the programming, outreach, and practices could be more explicitly diverse, and maybe that's what they're already doing, but just maybe to clarify it a little bit more. I mean, they did mention they're doing stuff with, writing classes with incarcerated men, and they listed a bunch of poets. And I think to Michael's point earlier, in this process, that having a sense of kind of the range of communities and what does it mean other than just a long list of people that they have worked with, and in what degree, to what degree. So I think that was the other question I had. It seemed to be this cultural hub, and it does make a significant community impact, and engages various poets of all ages. And I think I was just unclear of what structures of programming that allow it to more deeply support communities, get feedback from those communities that are engaged. And then I also wondered, do they have a leadership development strategy? What are the demographics of active membership versus just folks who've come once? What exactly is their relationship in supporting youth poets as part of the organization? And they showed planning in their organizational accountability. I wasn't as clear on marketing and communications. So overall, they expressed a desire to increase the diversity of representation. And I just had questions about like exactly how they're doing that. And they also said over half their members are BIPOC, LGBTQ. And again, how many active versus non-active. But again, it says it is the oldest literary arts organization in the region with over 100 events every year with an all-volunteer staff.
Thank you. Christina, anything you want to add?
Yeah, the all volunteer staff, of course, leads me to ask the question, how are they going to prevent burnout and attract qualified staff and writers without paying anyone? Well, it seems like they have big plans to address this. They want to hire a local teaching artist and a local curator for their gallery space, specifically for marginalized communities. However, there wasn't much mention of how they're going to build more capacity for their organizational infrastructure. I thought it was really interesting that they're expanding as a publishing hub. The board gives very little. I think it was $100 a year. And this is a minor comment, but since I'm a visually oriented person, to represent their gallery space, they had 3 shots of an empty gallery. I think it would have been much more informative to show exhibitions in those empty slots.
Okay, any other comments? Does someone have something to add to the comments you've heard?
There's one more thing I'd like to say, which is a larger general point. I love this rubric that has been put together, and so in this process, thinking of it as we're evaluating, and it's also a bit diagnostic too, of noting where groups and orgs are, and not necessarily in this punitive way, but is like just kind of noticing what are areas of growth. So that's been a helpful way to think about it.
Thank you. Okay, put in your final scores, and we will move to the next one, which is the Sacramento Regional Association of Malayalis. Sacramento Regional Association of Malayalis, SARGAM, emphasizes the goal of preserving and promoting the moral, social, cultural, education, literary, and artistic heritage of the Indian Malayali community in Sacramento.
I'll just say it's actually Malayali.
Say that again for me.
Malayali.
Malayali, thank you.
Yeah, sure thing.
I was struggling with that and trying to figure out so thank you. And the lead reader is Julius.
All right, so first, I do thank you for that, Malayali pronunciation. And then I also want to commend Melissa, though you got that one wrong. I want to commend you for all the other ones that you have said correctly, because I definitely have been learning some pronunciations from you throughout this process. So thank you for that. And I'm struggling I have my notes in front of me, but I want to get to the actual on our always happens when you're on the spotlight, right? You can't find it.
I know.
There it is,
Okay.
all caps. It's the one in all caps. All right, so this is a wonderful multidisciplinary organization focused on folk dance and photography, among many other things. Definitely an organization that is set up to promote and preserve and also educate on South Indian culture. Like I said, they do many other things outside of the folk dance and photography. So those things include educational programming, literary programming, artistic heritage programming. And when I looked at DEI, I definitely recognize its focus on a marginalized community. I thought that it was great to see that they are in the application placing some focus on the inclusion of women, including allowing women to lead programming and have board inclusion. And they also noted that wanted to increase or continue the inclusion of women on board. The board definitely represents the community that they serve. We look at artistic impact, and definitely you can see in the support materials, the technical skill and production of the work, the sharing of the work by using their events, and also I don't want to pronounce it incorrectly, the UTSAV, both website and also I think it's a festival, dance festival, national dance competition. Actually, it's an online competition, which is really awesome because it was able to help during the COVID shift portion of the application. It's it definitely is highlighting the region's reputation as a cultural destination and attracting folks to the region. Sacramento is one of the most diverse cities in America, if not the most diverse city in America. And part of that diversity includes lots of immigrant populations. And so for this organization to create both community and other social opportunities for their community is really important. They have 0 staff, but they have hundreds of volunteers that they do pay kind of a minimum wage for the events. So the volunteers to help out in events, and they also pay artists as well. They have lots and lots of, so in regards to community impact, lots and lots of programs and events to create positive impact, have strong audiences in their programming and events. Already mentioned a lot of strong volunteer support. And when you look at things like them having a movie, them having, like I said, the national dance competition that allows for participation for not only folks in Sacramento, but those outside of Sacramento as well. They're serving both kids and adults. And they have things like summer picnics and holiday celebrations as well that are creating lots of great impact for the community. Organizational accountability wise, hosting regular meetings. The executive board is meeting monthly. The general board and committees are meeting quarterly. And they have 6 months of reserve. So that to me is always important to see that folks have reserves, especially if you have reserves after kind of matriculating through this crazy pandemic, and that says a lot. And so I'll stop there and allow others to join in on details.
Christina, anything you want to add?
Yeah, they're financially healthy. As Julius mentioned, they have a balanced budget year after year. Their operating budget nearly doubled between FY19 and 20. I thought that the application would have benefited from a more detailed description of the arts related programming and how the transfer of knowledge and culture from generation to generation is supported through their work. I didn't detect much in outreach to the broader public outside of the 400 families in the Sacramento region that they're serving. So in that way, it felt almost more like a social club to me than a nonprofit organization that, it's clear that their intention is not to serve a broad public, but it felt, extremely tight knit in the best way possible. But also, I think I just struggled with finding the parts in here that we're supposed to focus on in terms of grant making for the arts and the educational component behind that. I really appreciated how they rallied to support their community by raising funds, making masks, and sharing public health information during COVID. And I think that matched what many other organizations were doing. But again, I think I would caution, I'm not sure that's what we're supposed to be funding. Melissa, maybe you can clarify that point for me.
I think as we said before, we did great outreach for this program this year. And because we did more outreach into the nonprofit and cultural communities, we got applications that were kind of, they were really about the culture of the community and about kind of the broader range of services. And I think we erred on the side of inclusion with this application. I think if we had many other grant programs, we might have been able to find ways to sort of separate out organizations who were just specifically cultural communities and really help support them and help, raise up some of their income levels. But because everybody had to get put into this big, this one big basket that we had, we did encourage people to really focus on their cultural activities. That obviously everybody includes everything that they did. And you have seen, as you've read all these applications, that people have been fed and clothed and provided all kinds of services, even if they've been cultural organizations. But we did ask everybody to lean as heavily as they could into their arts and cultural programs. So we did say that this organization was eligible, but again, everybody had to look at the same rubric, and you have to make your decisions based on what you see in the application, and hopefully it's a learning experience for everybody.
I will say, I will just say a couple things too here that for those of you who are not familiar with the Malayali community, Malayali people come from Kerala, which is the southernmost state in India. And some of the things that they're doing, it is actually a very marginalized group within the larger Indian diaspora, and is also such an amazing place that actually there's a specific study in college university level internationally called Kerala Studies to study exactly why Kerala is Kerala. And so a lot of the arts and cultural work that comes from this region, the tribal arts, very deeply connected to indigenous spiritualities. So within their core audience and community, their harvest festival, Onam, kind of does speak to that. And I also think that, I think it's a really good point, and also thinking about when groups are marginalized within the kind of marginalized community, what does inclusion actually look like and mean to really amplify and lift up and strengthen the bonds within a community that is that, small. I'll also say that, I think this, everybody should definitely learn more about Kerala and some of the amazing arts and cultural work that comes from that region. And also, I don't know, I just think that it spoke to my heart to see them applying, because this is clearly a group that is not represented, and maybe even spoken to in probably the majority of the applications that we've reviewed. And so I do think that inclusion can look different here.
Yeah, I really appreciate your statements, Anu. I maybe intentionally had a lot of cultural organizations as a lead. And I think it's important for us to recognize that the reason why there's a need for DEI, right, is because there has been so much lack of inclusion for communities. And I think that especially for cultural organizations or that are usually kind of specifically trying to focus in on a particular group, provide them a safe space, provide them opportunities for inclusion, provide them opportunities that they usually don't get in the general society. Um, that in itself is inclusion work. And those spaces oftentimes require for there to be a specific focus on their community so that it can be a high level of safety, a high level of comfort, an opportunity to allow them to take part in things that they normally don't get a chance to take a part in at a high level. So that's that's the lens that I kind of view cultural organizations. And then Melissa, question for you. I know that, at least the application that we're all viewing, it doesn't seem as though folks were asked to specifically speak towards exactly what they were going to spend the money on.
Right.
Right. And so I think, because we don't know that, people are definitely painting a broad picture of all the things they do, but we don't know if they receive funding, will it go, maybe they plan on using those funds specifically for their art programming. So if they have, for example, for this organization, they have the photography competition and et cetera. They maybe their mindset was, we're going to use this funding for our art focused work, and that'll alleviate other funds to do some of the other stuff that they do in other focus areas that are not art. So
because obviously because of the year, the 2, 3, however many years we've just had, we really wanted to open this grant up so that people could use it for what they most fundamentally need, which is general operating support. So if somebody has to pay their rent or pay their staff or pay their artists with this fund, I mean, there will be sort of general, within the contracts, general qualifications for what you can and can't spend money on, because again, it's government money, but it's really to make sure that we're funding what's most fundamental, because you can't put artists out the door if you can't pay your rent. So we're going to be as inclusive as possible, but it's a great point, because if it's an organization that does many different things, being able to have this money freed up or other money freed up so that they could put this into their artwork and their artists would be a really wonderful thing. So
I just wanted to offer opinions too, and I thank everyone for their comments so far, because I think I appreciate that we're taking the time to really speak about this in detail. And I'll say, I agreed with a lot of what Christina mentioned, because I did making some notes of that too. But I just wanted to, push back in a way, especially around diversity, equity, and inclusion, when we think about, yes, very culturally specific organizations that have a mission to serve their community. I think we have to also take into consideration that within community, there is also a complexity of diversity of what that looks like. I think I was most challenged in the application where they talk about ensuring that there's future representation of women, on the board. But when I looked at the current board makeup, there was only one woman, to my understanding, represented. And so I'm challenged in that, especially when we look at leadership, if you're saying that you already have connection to specific, particular families, or have a good sense of the audience. And if it's to my knowledge, not a staff necessarily. What other ways can they uplift leadership for this organization within the community of the people that they work with? You know, we also have to consider a diversity of age, diversity of experience, diversity of abilities as well. So I do think I would also encourage the organization to continue their DEI efforts, even within their own community. And I think it, you know, it can be done. But there, you know, that is just a thought to consider. And I will say as well, I think when they talk about their target audience, was very specific to their community, but also they have a line that, you know, they extend their services to anyone, regardless of their origin or ethnicity. So that within itself means that they have to make their programming accessible. And when I think they included a link to the film that they made, and I thought it looked great, but I couldn't, you know, there was a language barrier. And I also had to check my own bias when reviewing some of these applications, because I wondered, well, is this for me? But if it's being shared and, you know, they say that they're extending it for people outside of their community, but it had no subtitles, it had no captioning, it makes it a little bit hard to invite other people into the great work that you're also doing as an organization.
And I'll say one other thing, which I think is interesting, they talked about in community investment, which was providing volunteer resources and building cross-community connections with the Indian Association of Sacramento and the Telugu Association. So it sounds also like that some of the cross-cultural work that they are talking about is actually within the larger Indian community as well. So I just thought that was interesting to, when we're talking about diversity, you know, the point of which people are coming from might be relative there. Yeah, but that's great. I appreciate what you're bringing up, Deontay.
Thank you. Thank you for that discussion. I think these are really interesting points that you've all made. And I think it's just going to be useful to applicants, again, to go back and look at this video and kind of look at the different ways that applications are being reviewed. And I really appreciate all of your points of view here. So next up is Sacramento Theater Company. So the mission of Sacramento Theater Company, STC, is to be the leader in integrating professional theater with theater arts education. Deontay.
Thank you. So they accomplish their mission by producing engaging professional theater. They provide exceptional theater training and use theater as a tool for educational engagement as well. Their target audience for their schools are particularly for young people ages 6 through 18, but for their more mainstay shows, they specifically target families, adults, students, parents, was kind of broad, not specifically, educators, seniors, youth, and school groups within the greater Sacramento area. It's a fairly diverse board and staff makeup. I did say that I would like to see a little bit more detail within their application that explains their connection to connecting with LGBTQ+ and differently abled communities. In terms of artistic impact, I love that they talked about hiring union and non-union actors as an actor. I think that is really important when we talk about giving experience to folks, especially if they're working with local talent, and kind of creating a pipeline to more professional work for them as emerging artists. I would have liked to see a little bit more diversity in terms of the work that they talk about producing. Specifically, they talked about Ain't Misbehaving and Fences, and that's not necessarily telling new stories. I think those are kind of tried and true productions that were kind of safe, but I would love to see how they're also uplifting diversity within their programming. I did make a note that they did Gloria by Emily Mann. Shout out to Emily Mann, who was from New Jersey. And then in terms of community impact, I made a note that their community partnership program seemed to be a little transactional. It sounded like, from what I remember, a cross promotion of marketing for them and other community organizations. And I wondered if there was other avenues for community impact that wasn't really predicated on promotion or ticket sales. So I don't know if anyone else saw evidence of that. And I thought their organizational accountability was pretty strong in that they seem to have restructured their season to better meet their budget limitations, especially in the wake of COVID. I think they at one time produced 6 main stage shows, and I think they reduced that to 4. So overall, I thought it was a, clear application with some room for improvement in certain areas.
Thanks. Anu, anything to add?
Oh, just during the COVID, their theater went dark and 99% of their staff was laid off. So they did a serious pivot. And I don't think, it seemed like DEI not as strong with border staff, but intentional, prioritizing new programming, consistent programming for years, very established, and overall strong and engaged. One suggestion would be to, clarify or increase the community investment or ownership or engagement in that feedback that around decision making for the organization.
Thanks. Anybody else have anything to add to this application? Okay, if there are no other comments, you can just finalize your scores. And we'll move on to the Sacramento Valley chapter of Sweet Adelines International. To inspire women of all ages to experience the joy of singing 4-part a cappella harmony, to excite audiences with our musical excellence and high energy performances. Letitia.
Thank you. So they are a returning applicant. They were formed in October of 1979 as a new Sacramento chapter of Sweet Adelines International. They were formed in 1979, but on their application it says they were incorporated in 1955. And I was just wondering why there was such a that big gap. And I just don't know what that represents. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on that, but I'm going to start by saying that I had to come back and read this application. I had some thoughts about it as I was reading it, and then I closed it out and I waited to come back and look at it with a different perspective. And I'm kind of glad I did, because I was being really harsh. And so I will start by talking about their board staff. They have 9 board members, seem to have a diverse staff. Not so much the board. Artistically qualified they have artistically qualified key chorus members. Professional development looks like salary directors attend educational symposiums and regional education weekends where their fees and all their costs of lodging and expenses are covered. But I didn't see that reflected in the budget. Their DEI, the board and staff is dedicated to guiding principles of creating a culture of belonging. That's their statement. They to facilities that reach a variety of neighborhoods throughout the greater Sacramento region to bring their art form to more diverse communities. They have a diversity and inclusion task force where things happen, like the music leadership team will review a selection and make sure that they're being culturally sensitive and in their music and their performances. They work to increase their diversity through careful marketing, of course, on Facebook, website, printed materials, to be inclusive and welcoming, and that they're always wanting to welcome people, making their attendees feel welcome, and making sure that they feel that they can return. Each member receives a copy of their pitch pipe, which I'm assuming is a newsletter, each month that includes educational articles on culture and diversity and inclusivity. They did a 2-year strategic plan and focused on how they can increase outreach to underserved communities, youth, community service, and increasing diversity. The board takes the responsibility of making sure that the strategic plan is being followed. Their programs are their core programs and services to the community are performing education and community outreach. That includes show performances and free community performances, and also the opportunity to perform at regional educational weekends. The COVID pandemic, of course, greatly limited their ability to provide public shows and performances in 2020 and 21. In November of 2021, they did offer a free public performance. Their education they're dedicated to offering international skill level coaching and weekly rehearsals to their members. As far as community outreach, includes performances at assisted living facilities, the county and state fair, yearly community concerts such as free holiday concerts and performances before competitions. They also support youth musical development through the Young Women in Harmony program, offering music camps, scholarships, local outreach programs, and Girl Scout badge earning events. And they also offer all women the opportunity in the community to participate in their yearly Harmony Academy with free music lessons. Their target audience is so the target audience, their main target audience is for performances are music, chorus, and barbershop patrons of all ages. Their second target audience is for membership is to include women of all ages who wish to experience the joy of singing. Their budget, their board donates directly and participates in fundraising, planning, and activities. And they have a large reserve. They have a 38-month reserve. So that was interesting. And then they have really good oversight of their budgets. And that's really it. I mean, I really enjoyed watching the performances and seeing how much fun the women were having in this group.
Thank you. Anu, anything you would like to add about this application?
Only that they established a task force on diversity, not as strong there with staff, board, and members, but working towards expanding the programming. And so in recapping, I think what Letitia's already mentioned, that high artistic merit, large community involvement, strong governance and planning. They were established in 1979, and I think it was a strong application. Could be more diverse culturally, and they do good work.
Anybody else want to add anything about this application?
I read a couple of mentions that they're basically waiting for the umbrella org to dictate or contribute to their DEAI plan. And I thought that was a rather passive approach.
Yeah, I made mention of specifically wanting to know more about their plan to address some of the challenges that they talked about. And I will say too, it makes it a little bit harder because I think in the application they talked about having roots in African-American traditions, particularly in their style of music, but it was kind of like, well, you're not reflective of what you're saying your art form is rooted in too. So how, what's the plan to uplift and connect that community to the work that you're doing as well? So I was a little confused about that. I will say though, I thought in terms of equity, I love that they had a pretty equitable voting process for board members. And it seems like they were doing outreach specifically to, encourage their participants to be in leadership. And also with DEI as well, I'll echo the sentiments that I offered in a previous applicant's review, especially when we're talking about organizations that are focused to a group specifically like women. I would just encourage them to consider how do they welcome and be more inclusive of trans women and folks who are non-binary as well.
Thank you. Okay, finalize your votes, or your score, excuse me. And 2 more applications before lunch. The next one is Sacramento Valley Spark. Sacramento Valley Spark, inspired by the 10 principles of Burning Man, unites the local community through art and positive change. And Julius, I think you're taking the lead on this.
Yeah, so Sacramento Valley Spark, kind of a multidisciplinary art organization that focuses on providing dominantly temporary placemaking installations in the spirit of like Burning Man. But they also have another interesting program that they do that's called Moop Your City. And Moop Your City, Moop stands for Matter Out of Place. And it is park cleanup opportunities. I thought it was a unique artistic way to encourage folks to come out and volunteer to clean up kind of disenfranchised community areas. But let's dive into our rubric. I'm really big on staying on the rubric and trying to be as broad as possible. And so I'll once again lean on my secondary, Katie, to add more details. But so in regards to DEI, there was some representation of BIPOC, LGBTQ, and the mention of inclusion of board members with disabilities. One of the things that I do wonder, kind of just on the application side, is we can see percentage of members who fall into the categories, but it's hard to tell if, if it's, one person who represents the different categories, or if it's a person from each category, right? It's hard to tell. So that could mean a lot of diversity, or it could not mean a lot of diversity. It could be one person representing all those categories. So that is a question I had, just in general, and a few applications. But they did mention that when it comes to their installations and the efforts that they do, they focus on what they call radical inclusion. I thought that was a unique phrase to use. And then in regards to kind of their board and et cetera, they mentioned that they are using the RIDE stress test that they borrowed from Burning Man, the Race, Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity stress test. Also, that is used to ensure that there is inclusion in their events that they do. And then they mentioned that in Q4 of 2021, they began a formal DEIA policy. That was fairly recent, so there's no way to understand whether or not that has been completed or implemented. So moving on to artistic impact, they don't have any paid staff, but they do have 60 volunteers. They have been able to display works, 100 different works have been displayed or presented, and they do pay stipends to artists, and they have a list of artists that have received stipends. In regards to community impact, they have, I mentioned kind of the art installation focus, so they have opportunities like Spark the Dark and Summer Spark, I believe it's called Summer Spark the Dark. It was good to see that during COVID, they were able to shift to create some virtual opportunities and also some drive-through events. I think another unique community impact event is the Art Stops programming that they do, in which they put unique art installations at bus stops, regional transit stops that are also in disenfranchised communities, and providing opportunities for what is oftentimes low-income community members to partake in the art. I have lots of good attendance at their events. And I kind of already mentioned Move Your City, but I just want to reiterate, I just thought that it was great to focus it on disenfranchised communities. And then in regards to organizational accountability, they do have a small budget for marketing and promoting their events. Their board is meeting monthly. And they also have other meetings for committees or events, event planning. And then they have 8 months of reserves, which is a good sign that they are managing their funds at a high level. And I'll turn it over to Katie.
You said almost verbatim everything that I had noted. So that's interesting that we were really in sync there. The only thing I might want to elaborate on is in the community impact section, the way that they described the kind of collective ideation process for determining their activities for the coming year, I thought was really interesting. It talked about members joining teams to add input on a slate of proposed activities, and then using Facebook as a sounding board. And I do have a little bit of question about that, just who's on the Facebook and who's not on Facebook, and how are they getting that broad feedback. But I appreciated overall that that what seemed to me to be a pretty open ideation process. And then really, I think probably increases, I would expect it increases the investment from their volunteers and from their collaborators, which I think is probably something that helps them have that strong participation at each of their events, and that high level of investment. I think that's the only thing that I wanted to make sure to call out that you didn't already say, Julius. I thought that was a really beautiful summary.
Thanks. Does anyone else have anything they want to add to this discussion?
Yeah, I will say that I guess I just had some questions around the kind of community engagement. They said they did these trash collections and, this temporary placemaking, but when they're going in to do the MOOP project in encampments and in communities, what's the relationship to the communities there, and how does that engagement inform what they do and who the membership even is? It just seemed a little disconnected that way, that it was just a little vague what community really means here in that sense. But, yeah.
I'll just add that I had to read this application twice, because at first I was like, so what do you do? It felt like it seems like they do a lot of things. So I really had to get back into it to really understand what it is that they were doing within the community. And I will say that idea of the ride test seems like a really useful tool. Actually something I made a bookmark of that I might use in my practice moving forward. I love that they were paying their artists, I will say. And aside from, it seems like there's a connection to community. I may not understand who the base of people that they serve and connect with, but it seems like they have a understanding of who that is. So I think, that might be most important. As I've said before with other applicants, and I hate to sound like a broken record when we talk about DEI, I would just, it makes me cringe a little bit when the tokenizing language does come up, because they talked about the organization's president specifically being African American, and it said that, I copied this direct quote, "We recently featured a trans person on event artwork and generally try to uplift marginalized communities." And it was like, I see they just want to make mention that, they were trying to be inclusive and highlighting people from marginalized communities. But when it sounds like that's the one, or that is the only one, it makes it a little bit harder to connect, or where their real efforts around DEI and uplifting other communities as well.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other discussion, oh, go ahead, sorry.
So I just wanted to, Anu, I appreciate you bringing back the MOOP and the working with communities. I went back as you were speaking and just read that paragraph really quickly, and something I forgot to note that that I think that I appreciated was they said they've worked with Atrium 916, which again, I've said many times, this is my broken record, I love seeing the interconnectedness of these organizations. But I will say, it looks like maybe that was in 2018, the way it reads. And I would love to see them doing more with that in aligning their activities with other community organizations that are doing work in that same area. I think there could be mutual benefit for both organizations and help to overlap audiences more, and build up both organizations by doing that. Because I think with the principles that Sacramento Valley Spark works with, there is a lot of alignment with other organizations in the community.
Thank you. Those are good notes, and probably good notes that if these partnerships are more ongoing and more recent, to be conscious when you're referencing things from several years ago, to make sure that it doesn't always read like that's when it happened and it hasn't happened since then. Because I do know in a lot of these cases partnerships continue, but again, if it's not in the application, is reading like something that's ongoing or more recent.
And also, to be fair, COVID time is strange, and I had to really think about how long ago 2018 was, because I kind of feel like it was just yesterday. I was sort of blocked out the last couple of years.
And particularly when we're talking about in-person collaboration, probably 2019 for many organizations might be the last time they were able to do something together. So, but those are just always good notes for applicants, and good notes for us as the administrators to make sure that we mention to applicants. Okay, so
I think we got to be careful though, right? Because they specifically listed that they have Move Your City events that happen in April. Like if you look through their list, right? It's April of 2020. It's July of 2021. It's October of 2021. And then in their description below that, they stated that they're in 2021, they're engaged with new partner organizations, and it included California Dreamers, a Bike Party, and Pick It Up Sacramento. So that's an organization that may have a better understanding of where there's a need for support in regards to cleaning up around Sacramento. And so, it does speak towards the fact that, there's definitely benefit to having a certain level of grant writing, so that folks who have no idea who you are, have no idea about your community, or maybe even your partners that you're listing. So I think it's good points, right? To encourage people to be more descriptive in applications, but I also don't know. Sometimes applications have character maximums and et cetera. So you just never know. So I'll stop there. Let's move.
Right. Yeah, right. And we always try to do everything right when we're writing these grant applications, and somebody's going to catch something that we've missed, and that's just going to be true for everybody. So thank you for that discussion. And our last application before we take a break. is gonna
Can
be
I just say one
ahead.
thing, which is,
Absolutely.
I think it's interesting because all of these points are valid. It's like also prioritizing, within like just scaling all of it in ratio to each other so that it's like, yes, these are valid points, and what's the heart of the application? What are they trying to do? And like really kind of score things based on, based on that, because ultimately we're here to really support the thriving of this, the whole larger community.
Thank you. Okay, Sacramento Youth Symphony. Across a broad demographic spectrum of youth, we seek to cultivate musical talent, promote love for music, advance a sense of unity, and increase capacity for a lifetime of success. And Michael.
Great, thank you. So Sacramento Youth Symphony is a 60-plus-year-old educational institution that is serving, it would appear, more than 400 students annually, presenting 20-plus concerts each year with 5 performing ensembles. They also do 2 summer chamber music workshops, so quartets and quintets and things like that. And they've also begun significant community outreach. They have an El Sistema style year-round string program and a band program. Looks like, if I was reading it right, about a total of 3 schools. Seems to be impacting about 100 students from what I could figure out, and has been going on for 10 years, which is great. They undertake tours annually to local schools to share their love of music. I think I saw the number 2,000 students a year who are impacted and who get to see those concerts, and that's a great way to share what they're doing. I love any scenario where kids inspire kids, and so I think that's a good way. They do an international tour every 3 years, which is a great way to share the wealth of Sacramento's art scene, and also to give the kids a wonderful educational and cultural experience. They took a pretty big hit in COVID. Their budget was over $500,000 pre-pandemic, and they do have a $1.2 million endowment, which is awesome. And then their budget took a pretty hard hit in COVID, but they were able to leverage federal funding and come out with a small surplus in a tough year. So kudos for good financial planning and for staying on top of that. I thought that their programming was interesting. It seemed to me that they've had a longer commitment to trying to raise diverse voices in the music that they perform and in the communities that they celebrate. They specifically mentioned music of Middle Eastern composers, African-American composers, Chinese doing something to celebrate Chinese New Year's, doing something to celebrate Indian music. And then at the same time, also doing shows that honor veterans and particularly interesting, I thought, a show for celebrating law enforcement and firefighters in the community. That's a pretty diverse array for a group that's only doing 20 shows a year or so. So I thought that was a nice commitment to the community that they're in, and and giving the kids a strong message of service, I think, is commendable. From a DEI perspective, their board and staff are only somewhat diverse. I think that's an area that they, especially for the board, that they could work on. They do the students, if you look at the images and videos and photos that they've supplied, it does look like they have some good diversity among the students, but they don't give us any numbers on that. And I would love to know that both in the in their kind of home-based program, the five youth orchestras that they have, but also in their school-based programs, and if any students in those school-based programs are following the pathway to at all to come and be a part of the youth orchestra. They didn't mention that. But they are working to center DEI practices in their operations. They mentioned more intentional board recruiting, that they've redesigned their hiring process, that they're looking to further diversify repertory. They've attended training, and they're making sure that these discussions stay front and center. So I think that's good. Change takes time, and I think they're doing all right. Let's see. They have good concert attendance, and they did some live streaming during the pandemic, which helped them actually reach a larger audience beyond Sacramento, which I think is great. And I think there were a lot of performing groups that all of a sudden were like, oh, wow, this live streaming or this video-based performance is actually helpful. Like, I can get people from around the world to watch. And so good for them for taking advantage of that. They were effective. I think they did a good pivot in COVID, not just financially, but programming wise. They're talking, as many, I think, youth education groups are doing, they're talking about the benefits of how virtual offerings, web-based offerings, asynchronous offerings can actually benefit their programming in some ways and help them reach more kids. I thought they had some clever fundraising ideas in there as well. 100% of the board donates, and they donate a lot, and that's good. And I thought that they had a very healthy mix of donated and earned income for a youth education program. And lastly, because I always come to them last, the videos I thought were very good, and the quality of the performance is strong. There was one video of their the William Grant Still's Afro-American Symphony that was super blurry, but other than that, I thought they did a nice job. And I will bounce it to Leticia.
Funny story. I thought I was the lead on this for some reason, and I had all these notes, and Michael, you so eloquently put them all together. I don't really have anything to add. I think I always look at when there isn't a diverse staff and board. I feel like they should always kind of like, yes, you want to diversify both, but I think a priority is the staff, because they're the forward-facing people. They're the ones that are directly dealing with the students and the public. And I don't really, Michael, you very eloquently put everything.
I will say, Leticia, speaking as somebody who struggles with a similar issue, I mean, that music education has historically not been as welcoming, to diverse students, and it's really about kind of creating generation. I mean, I'm not defending anything necessarily, but you're looking to create generational change on some levels by making sure that the kids are a big diverse group, and that hopefully that will ultimately result in a more diverse group of educators over time. It's changing, but it's slow, especially in classical music. So,
and I think that's a big part of DEI too, is on my side, I try to be as patient as possible. Sometimes it's hard to be patient, but things are changing very slowly. And sometimes it's the process of really learning. And sometimes we have to give a little bit of space for that learning to happen, but we also have to provide those spaces for people to learn. So I don't really have anything else.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to add?
Yeah, this is Anu. I love that they were starting to commission works by students of color. Yes. I think that's huge. And I love that they were having conversations and shifting hiring practices at the institutional level, at the board level. And they have such a significant reach, 400 youth in his symphony. And yeah.
Okay, then we can put in your final scores, and believe it or not, we finished exactly on time to the minute. So you have a half an hour for lunch. Thank you for this great conversation this morning. For participants who are here from the audience and attendees, we'll be back at 1:10, so you can rejoin us then, and we'll do our afternoon reviews. So thanks, everyone. Yeah, continue. And as soon as I get a sense that everybody's back, and let's see, it's like, it looks like everybody is here. Just wait and see if Letitia, she just might be off camera. I just want to make sure she's here.
I am sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. As long as I have a verbal,
Yeah,
please
I'm gonna, yeah,
continue.
if you don't mind, I'm gonna be off camera just for
That
a
is
minute.
absolutely fine. Don't worry.
Thank
If
you.
anybody needs to go off camera, feel free to do so. We're going to start with our next application, the Sisters of Nia Incorporated. Sisters of Nia seeks to empower socially and economically disadvantaged adolescent girls by providing cultural and educational programs designed to instill strong social skills, leadership development, and academic excellence in our young ladies. And Julius, you're going to start us off, I think.
Yes, so this is a multidisciplinary organization focused on music, performance, painting, and etc., among other things. And as I mentioned in the synopsis that you read, Melissa, it is focused on girls, but it is focused on dominantly on girls who are ages 11 through 14. And it's a cultural organization. Excuse me, one moment. Can I ask a second to step in for me, please? I'll come back.
Sure. Letitia, do you want to make some comments here?
I will try. Let's see here. I have to scroll back up. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. Take your time and Julius will be back and we can all.
Okay, so the board contributes financially and in their fundraising efforts. I really like the fact that it's African-American female-led organization, and so is the board. Their staff is volunteer and they receive monthly stipends. And they're very aware that they need to pay staff in order to grow. Yeah, let's see. As far as DEI, their staff and board are intentionally comprised of African-American women, and they seek out African-American women for any other work or partnerships. Their target audience is girls ages 11 to 14. And they are in predominantly African-American disenfranchised communities. Their staff and board are purposely designed to be role models for the girls. Sorry, my honey, oh my gosh, my husband.
I can jump back in if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Having a rough post-lunch start.
Work at home.
But yeah, so she definitely mentioned it is another cultural organization. Definitely awesome to see this focus on African culture using African principles. And as she mentioned, it is focused on Black girls, but it was great to see that they also have some programming that includes boys as well. Then in regards to artistic impact, they do have 2 volunteers, 2 interns / youth, and 3 contracted personnel who are doing the work. You can definitely see it's an awesome organization that the board is doing a lot of heavy lifting, which oftentimes happens with smaller organizations. But the young ladies have done kind of presentations with the CDE, the California Department of Education. They have like a Kwanzaa celebration. The young women have also engaged at spaces like our Sacramento Kings basketball games, Fairy Tale Town, which was an applicant that we saw earlier. well, yesterday. Also Crocker Art Museum, another fellow applicant as well. And then it was really good to see that they have, excuse me, strong plans to become a national program, doing the necessary steps to get their curriculum. I don't know if you want to call it patented or going through legal Zoom to do the necessary thing to make sure they have the necessary legal, take the necessary legal steps to be able to spread their curriculum across the nation. Letitia definitely mentioned that they're serving disenfranchised communities here in Sacramento. Oak Park is definitely a historically disenfranchised community. It's awesome to see that, you know, they listed some quotes from some of the young ladies who mentioned how impactful it is for them to be a part of an organization with leadership that looks like them and understands them and provides that safe space for them to engage in arts. Further on community impact, they are partnering with lots of community partners, a lot of volunteers from the community, and those partners and volunteers are providing financial support for the work that they do. Some of those partners include schools, churches, etc. And also some of those partners are also providing space for programming and events as well. Another kind of leg of the work that they do is HBCU tours, which provides the young ladies an opportunity to engage and see what college campuses are, do some of that encouraging to pursue college after high school. They have rites of passage programming. They have a summer performing arts camp. And then they also have a youth leadership conference, and that is another space where boys are allowed to participate. In regards to organizational accountability, definitely you could see that there were some strong impacts due to COVID. I think it's a great reminder that our Black African American communities, organizations, and individuals were disproportionately affected by COVID. Also, other BIPOC communities were disproportionately affected during COVID. Their board holds monthly meetings. You can see that 100% of the board is donating as well. And despite all of the COVID-19 impacts, they have 8 months of reserve. So pass it back to Letitia.
Thanks. And Letitia, if you have anything to
Here.
add, or if anybody else
sorry.
wants to jump in, that's also fine.
Letitia, were you gonna say something or?
Yes, I am. You can go ahead. I lost my place in the.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, you know, this is an organization that's Black women led and run, and clearly is serving a need with Black girls. And I did wonder, I saw the work samples, and this is more a question to the organization moving forward, that if there's interest in kind of deepening the kind of, you know, youth leadership, civic engagement, organizing lens to the work, and within a kind of youth engagement continuum. And so I'd be curious to know if that's something of interest or a direction that, you know, and what are ways that youth are engaged within the organization, or towards maybe some kind of programmatic or decision making. And but overall, it was, you know, it's important work that they're doing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that this group is doing insanely important work. There's absolutely no question about that. But this is another application where it feels like the rubric is not helping us, especially when it comes to artistic impact. I really struggled to link the activity. I mean, it feels like there's so much social service activity going on here. And again, I don't want to take anything away from the valuable work that is happening here, but I really like the rubric makes it very hard to give, to score really on the artistic impact side, and somewhat difficult on the cultural impact. And so I wanted to kind of wave that flag again that I've waved earlier, because I think I think this group doesn't quite fit, and I think a stronger application or a more focused application, and it may not be what they want to do, and so that would be a decision for them, but would be one where they focus specifically on this summer arts camp and really drove home the points of the quality of artistic instruction that was happening, the quality of the artistic products that was happening, and the benefits to the girls as it applies to, as it, kind of weaves together with all of this marvelous and incredibly important social service work that's happening. That to me, I think would have allowed me to score this more effectively. And I feel like if I'm really following the rubric, it makes it hard to have a score that reflects the importance of the work I think they're doing.
I just wanted to say that I had that same struggle. I think this is a great organization, and I really want this organization to be supported. And it was really difficult to fit that with what it seemed like we were being asked to consider for this particular source of funding.
And I'll add to that, because I had the same struggle, because I was like, but they're have an impact, but it's not artistic focused. I think also providing some more insight, if there is any, to who is leading the arts summer program or anything arts related, because as I looked at the leadership, both staff and the board, it was like, okay, well, these are some powerful women who are well established, well educated, well accomplished, but what's their relationship to the arts? I think I saw folks with engineering and education degrees. So it was like, these are, powerful women, doing great work and setting an example and being role models for these girls that they're working with. But I think the creative director was the only person who was noted of being an artist or a singer, but it didn't seem like music specifically was the art form of, what the organization was focusing on. So I would just love some insight on who's leading that programming.
Right. And to be clear, like the other areas of the rubric, they're fine. It's
right.
This one area of the rubric, but when that's 30 points of the rubric,
it's a significant,
it's a big ding. And that's the hard part of it. So I love insight. Yeah. Help me.
I'd be curious, and this is, I guess, a question to Melissa. The way that I've been interpreting this, given that it's a cultural arts award, we're talking about arts and cultural impact. I mean, when I look at the core programs, there are 8 principles that are very rooted in kind of understandings of African and African American culture. I mean, the HBCU tour, the rites of passage, the summer performing arts camp, youth leadership. I mean, I think it is, for me, as someone who is an artist that has done a lot of work at the intersection of community organizing, grassroots movements. I mean, I think I'm seeing it more from, I don't know, the non-institutional side of it. I don't know what other way to call it, that so much of the arts and cultural work within communities is usually not necessarily labeled or named by larger institutions. And so I kind of feel like part of what we're doing here is we're kind of acting a bit as, I don't know if this is a bridge, and given in this kind of watershed moment and this larger pool, I just feel like there's got to be some more room here for groups that are clearly doing cultural and arts focused work grounded in communities. So I just wanted to make that contribution, and obviously that's from the lens of the work that that I've been engaged in.
I'd like to follow that up, and I absolutely agree with you. And I understand the points that are made in regards to the difficulty of kind of matching the rubric and what was shared in the application in regards to artistic impact. And so, yeah, there could have been more details in the application in regards to artistic impact. But I think when you look at, let's say, for example, the Summer Performing Arts Camp and the use of art to address self-esteem and self-confidence, self-control and self-expression and cultural awareness, also health and exercise, those things might stand out to you, but it's done because they are part of art classes. So vocals, dance, drama, and stage design. And so I think that's where the art definitely comes in. And so I kind of view it the same way that you did, Anu, and those types of things kind of stood out to me, that giving young people the opportunity to engage in art really help to combat some of the other things that they are dealing with growing up in disenfranchised communities.
And I think I'll just name what I'm hearing of, like, we are all agreeing that the work is needed and the work is impactful, and that the system isn't built to necessarily meet the exact identity or needs of the community that they are serving. I think we can acknowledge that. And I guess I would just hope that, understanding that there aren't super, limited ways in which organizations can use the funding that's provided through this program, is that, the funds that they do garner and possibly are awarded would go towards specifically the arts related programming, and maybe heightening that as well. Because I even see when they talk about the Summer Performing Arts Camp, it's taught by high school, college students, and or experienced professionals. So I'm just not really clear of, like, well, who are these high school students? Are these performing arts high school students, or visual arts, or like just who is the people leading this effort specifically? And hopefully, maybe this is an opportunity for them to connect with professional teaching artists within the community that can come and lead this programming as well. It might be a challenge of access, might be. I don't want to make any judgment or assumptions about that, but hopefully these funds will, create a greater opportunity to strengthen their artistic impact specifically.
And I think, I love this conversation, and Anu, your points are so beautifully expressed, and I agree with them 100%. I think the rubric doesn't. Like that's where I'm running into issues, is I feel like that the rubric, and maybe I need to rethink this, and I'm happy to rethink it, but it's like, I feel like the rubric doesn't give, the way the rubric is worded doesn't give me the latitude on some levels to kind of share that vision of yours on some levels. So that's where I'm struggling with it. And I think I've been struggling with educational groups throughout our time together.
I do want to, it was a great conversation. I want to keep us moving. But again, I think it's consistency. I mean, a rubric takes away some of that guesswork, yet everybody's going to interpret the rubric based on their experiences. So I just encourage you all to be consistent with how you've been looking at it. And I think it'll work out once you do that. So thank you, your diversity of opinion and experience is really appreciated in this. And next applicant. This is Soul Collective, and the nonprofit name is Freedom Bound Center, Inc. So Soul Collective is a community-based 501c3 partnership whose mission is to provide artistic, cultural, and educational programming, promote social justice, and empower youth of color, marginalized and underserved communities through art, activism, music, and media. Anu, I think this is you.
Sure. Well, I have to say this was one of the applications that really stood out to me on so many levels. They're a community-based partnership. They are about providing artistic, cultural, educational programming, promoting social justice, empowering youth of color. They work at multiple intersections and also now house a number of other organizations. Their budget just really jumped. I noticed in their organization information, they say things like they are worker directed, and they're really weaving together art, activism, health, music, media, and they have a community advisory board. And that struck me, I think when we're talking about community impact and DEI, having systems that actually engage communities as part of the leadership and decision making is really, really great. And so they're weaving together wellness, cultural arts, also a music lab, and festivals, as well as care packages. So I'm going to just go through the rubric here. I thought that there was such a strong DEI focus throughout the entire organization, all its programming, and it's really at the core of what they do and what they've been doing for a long time. They hire artists of high merit as teachers that facilitate artistic work in a variety of settings. I noted that they hired, when COVID hit, they hired over 20 unemployed creatives full-time for a year, and multiple local creative businesses to support the creative economy. They noted that 85% of their families that they serve come from low-income communities. Their center serves an average of 2,000 monthly. Their collective team interfaces with an additional 3,000 to 5,000. They helped organize Sacramento's first ever transgender job fair. They're really, committed to raising up other community organizations. Their budget grew from, it looked like 370,000 to 1.6 million. And now they're a fiscal sponsor of a number of other groups. And actually this founder or this leader was mentioned in a couple other, is in a couple other applications as a mentor, as a cultural leader in the community. And so they said 30 to 40% of their programming is created in partnership with community, and they engage through the arts, PPE, food distribution. And like I said before, but then a little more on that, is that it was during the pandemic that they became a fiscal sponsor of a number of other organizations that were struggling. And also they engage in leadership development internally. And they have a number of partners, both locally and statewide. I thought this was a really strong application that just is really a leader in lifting up and mentoring other people, groups, communities, organizations, and is very much a part of the heart of this area.
Thank you, Dante.
No, Anu gave a great overview of all the kind of major points that I made note of too, like hiring that many full-time artists and during the pandemic when everybody was getting laid off is exceptional. I think should be commended. Even just hiring a health and wellness director and some more administrative support to kind of navigate the changing landscape of their programming and operation as it relates to COVID impact. I thought it showed great organizational accountability. In the area of DEI, they note that they are a BIPOC-led organization, and representative of the community. They have strong partnerships with organizations that also serve marginalized communities, which I thought was important. Again, sorry, as the DEI enthusiast, I just want to be mindful of language sometimes in some of these applications, because they talked about serving BIPOC communities, but when I looked more deeply into the actual programming they were doing, it looked like it's specifically focused on Latin and Hispanic culture, which is fine, but BIPOC and a very specific group are not synonymous. If you serve the Latinx community, by all means, that is fine, name that. But when we start using terminology, sometimes it can paint a very broader picture that is more inclusive when that is not the actual truth of the matter. So I just want caution them to be more mindful of that. But overall, I agree, it was a really strong organization. I wish I had a little bit more insight in terms of artistic impact. And I did more digging of going to their website, and I think I found their YouTube channel too, where they had some videos posted, and it was great work, but I wish they would have included that in their work samples. They did include one video, but I don't think it really demonstrated, the artistic impact they would have. And then there was a lot of still photos or photos of reports or programs that they were doing. So I would just like to see a little bit more of that included, so I don't have to do the extra work of research on them.
Thank you. Any other comments about this application? Okay. We can finish scoring and move on to the next one. And the next application is St. Hope Academy. The mission is to revitalize Oak Park through public education and economic development. And this application is going to be led by Letitia.
Hi, everyone. Let's see. I'm going to apologize beforehand. I did something to my notes and I had to piecemeal everything. That's why I was off camera, and I apologize. So let me go back up here. Okay, so I have St. Hope Academy. They were formed and incorporated in 1989. They had really great visual support materials. I almost wish that they included an aerial view of St. Hope, and because it's 40 acres, right? And that would give us such a really great visual of what this looks like. But their pictures are beautiful, and their videos are as well. I especially enjoyed the Juneteenth celebration video. I think, and it was specifically the James Brown performance. So I think I played that a few times over. They're a new applicant. St. Hope owns and operates the Guild Theater, Underground Books, and at Esther's Park. In addition to rentals and partnerships, St. Hope produces a variety of cultural programs, events, and activities that take place at these venues, including comedy night, Sunday movie matinees, Let's Read Oak Park, the Summer Jazz Concert Series, the Sunday Jazz Brunches, First Fridays, night markets. Their target audience is, well, they stated that their target audience is youth and adults based on the event, but although their target audience is primarily African Americans, they strive to provide a cultural experience for everyone of all ages and backgrounds. Their primary focus remains on leveling the education playing field for all students and revitalizing Oak Park through economic development. And I think they've done a pretty good job of that. They've taken a blighted part of the community, turning it into a thriving community with new homes, apartments, small businesses. And when you add in all the art forms and engaging performances, you've given back hope I mean, you've given a newfound pride and vitality to the neighborhood and for everybody who works and lives there. So I don't think through my my review of this proposal, I don't think I have to talk about community impact with them, because this really has impacted the community in so many different ways. A little bit about their board and staff. They have 5 board members. They're not diverse at all, which I found really interesting. Their staff, however, is 100% BIPOC. They have 14 full-time, 8 part-time volunteers. I'm going to go into the DEI, but I was a little kind of disappointed at some of their answers, and I felt their processes were kind of weak. So they start off by saying we prioritize DEI by we walk the talk, right? So it says they specifically outreach and create diverse and qualified interviewing pools that yield the best hiring practices. They've given multiple opportunities for existing staff to grow and move up in the organization, in addition to hiring those committed to the mission of the organization. I guess it was just kind of like the idea of moving people up in the organization, and I didn't understand the correlation of DEI with that. And I may be wrong, I may be off with that. They contract with minority owned contractors and businesses that employ or subcontract with local minority owned businesses. It's kind of where I think I mentioned before in one of the other proposals, where you really have to be careful of how you talk about your intent or your process of DEI. And so here's an organization that's been around for a while, and they're stating we are in the process of bringing on new board members to diversify the ultimate leadership. And so they have another statement in here too, and I'll get to it, but they're also participating in a Cash for College workshop targeted for Black students in Northern California. And here it is. So it's like we are investing in the development, promotion, acquisition, and presentation of work by artists. Through training and measurements, we will provide both diversity training and unconscious bias training at our board and staff planning sessions in the next 6 months. And then they make there's another part in this narrative. It says, we'll discuss diversity and equity. And then they ended it by saying coming soon with an exclamation mark. So I just was a little confused with some of their statements. So to go back to their staff, invest in their staff by providing many professional development opportunities by programs, conferences, and continuing education. They engage with, sorry, I'm so sorry, my notes got really piecemealed. So we move on to like commissions and presentations. And another hard thing is when you're not from the area. They describe 2 of the commissions. They commissioned with the Young Moguls Foundation and the Color of Music, but really I don't know who they are, and I felt like they could maybe give me a little bit more context of what those engagements were and what those partners do. Describing the question of describe how a new direction in your work has expanded the boundaries of your art form. They didn't explain anything in that question. They just gave me they gave us a list of their partnerships and artists, but there was no explanation of what that looked like or what they were. The typical audience range, that they pull really good numbers, at least over 500 in most of their programming, ranging from 500 to like 2,000. And then their question of growing or diversing your audience or constituency. They stated that while their target audience is primarily African American, they will be expanding their demographic by partnering with an Asian American filmmaker. And that was it. It was them expanding and growing, diversifying just with one outreach to an Asian American filmmaker. And I might have missed something, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they have adequate oversight of their budget. Their board is involved in fundraising efforts, and they donate, it looks like 25,000, and 100% of the board donates, and 100% of the board is involved in the fundraising activities. And there's adequate, I think I mentioned there's adequate oversight of the budget, and that's all I have.
Okay, Deontay, anything you want to add?
Can you come back to me? I think I lost my place on
Yeah,
mine.
absolutely. Is there anything anybody else wants to chime in with on this application?
Just noting they didn't have their 2019, 2020 audits, but did share their taxes on that.
Yeah. Any other comments? Any final thoughts?
I thought it was a really innovative business model. I mean, I think, that it's a good application, but I was just really impressed with the model and what they were trying to do.
I was.
Go ahead, Katie.
Oh, I was going to say just about the same thing. This was one of the organizations where it kind of got me thinking, what would that look like in my community? Is there a place where something like this could exist in my community? And that was very exciting to me as a panelist and a reader.
Deontay, were you kind of?
No, I was just going to say, in terms of organizational accountability, I think they made mention of shifting programming to better represent the shifting demographics of their community. And I just thought that was a sound move and a one that should be highlighted, because that's not something that you hear many times. A lot of times organizations, they do what they do and they attract people to that, but instead, flipping the model to respond and provide programming specifically for community is really important.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you say that, Deontay, because for those who are not in Sacramento, we're talking about an area that has been historically disenfranchised. And the offerings that are mentioned in this application have brought extreme amount of vibrancy in an area that was historically an African-American area. And not only in the arts, but also in other spaces as well, including shops, restaurants, etc. And, one of the kind of difficult things about bringing vibrancy and, community revitalization to an area is that oftentimes it also kind of encourages gentrification in the same area. And so one of the reasons why there is now a need to start to explore expanding offerings and focusing on other factions of the community is because now that area is being extremely gentrified. And so I wanted to follow up what you said with that to give you all some context, but then also Letitia didn't want to harp on the community impact, but that also speaks towards like the community impact. Like there's so much going on in the area where it started to not be so much going on. And personally, I'm there all the time. So because of all these great art offerings that are listed in the application. So I'll leave it there.
And I really do, the work is amazing. And I hope I didn't sound too negative with my comments, but I was just a little disappointed with the DI. And as to the mention of like, we have in Cleveland, we have neighborhoods that are popping up like this. And I was glad that you mentioned the gentrification, Julius, because it's happening. And the problem is that once it starts happening, it's really hard to stop. And, you know, I have family that lives in these neighborhoods, and, you know, and it's, you know, I would want the neighborhood, the people who grew up there, the people who have supported the neighborhood before all of this happened, to be able to enjoy all the new houses and buildings, restaurants and shops that are, you know, there for them. They were built for them.
Yeah, I definitely understood your sentiments in regards to DEI, in regards to looking at a board versus et cetera. I struggle with that in a lot of applications, like, because I think it's important for there to not only be a focus on BIPOC communities, but for there to be leadership in BIPOC communities, not only staff, but also on the board as well. It depends on, sometimes I wonder, you know, what people use boards for, right? Because that might depend on the demographics of your board. So if you're in an area that's historically been disenfranchised, but you want people on your board who have certain levels of income or certain leadership positions in the community, you might not have as large a pool to have BIPOC representation on your board. But then, like with this organization, I looked at the fact that 100% of the staff are BIPOC, including kind of well-compensated administrative executive level leadership, all the way down to, it was 100%, so it's everybody, right? No matter what level you're at, even if it's part-time work. So that made me struggle with kind of the DI. And then also with organizations that are in disenfranchised areas or cultural organizations, sometimes I recognize that there's an extreme focus on the need to focus on their community first, because they've been so disenfranchised and unincluded and uninvested and underserved, before they start to be concerned about other communities. But that doesn't alleviate the DI work that Deontay has been harping on us in regards to making sure that you look at all of the different factions of your own community, at least. So.
Thank you. These are really helpful comments, and I think the applicants will appreciate this kind of feedback. So I think if we're ready, we can move on to the next application. The next application is the Strauss Festival of Elk Grove. And for those of you who are not here, Elk Grove is in Sacramento County. It's a nearby town, adjacent town to Sacramento, offering all citizens of the Elk Grove community in the greater Sacramento region a free annual festival promoting classical music and performing arts for a diverse, multi-generational audience. And I believe Michael.
Great,
Start us.
Thanks, Melissa. I see we're running behind, so I'll try and keep it
Yeah, we could kind of.
a little quick.
We're
Our first
fine.
time, we've done well.
We've done really well. We always end up catching up a little bit. But these side conversations are really helpful.
They're relevant and necessary. So the Strauss Festival of Elk Grove is a 35-year-old festival that is held in the town of Elk Grove. It's a 4-day festival that is presented free of charge. I think that's notable to the public. They promote the Strauss era of music and dance. So basically, you're talking about waltzes and the Strauss orchestral music and the kind of the old-fashioned sort of waltzing activity that is done. They identify as their primary discipline as dance, which I think is important, even though they're named for Strauss. Because at first I thought, oh, this is a music organization. And then as I got into it, they saw that they identified primarily as a dance organization. They do a 4-day series of presentations with, they hire out one of the community orchestras that we've already looked at, which is, so there's a nice partnership. And then they have these, costumed, themed performances with dance that features loads and loads of volunteers. I noted on the application that they put in their income, rather their gross income or their net income, I should say, rather than their full budget on the numbers. But they're for 2019, they had a $167,000 budget with $143 in expenses. And for 2020, good for them, 244,000 in a pandemic year with 221,000 in expenses. It is an all volunteer board, cast, and crew, and a huge number of performers. This is a very community-driven effort. They wish to appeal to a broad audience and are quite clear in saying in their application that they are family-oriented. They had reasonable diversity numbers on their staff. The board was only 10%, and their description in the application says that they're open to all, and they make a variety of accommodations for the senior community and also ADA accommodations so that everybody is able to come. They say that they consider DEI part of their work, and again, we've seen this with professional organizations versus volunteer organizations, but I would like to see a more thorough description of how they are trying to reach out to other communities, to broaden their audience, and to engage other communities, both as people who are participating in the program and who are attending the program. I didn't really see anything that indicated that they were centering DEI experience in their work or in their leadership development for the staff of the board, and or a plan to expand equity and inclusion in the operations. Now, some of that's their programming. The Strauss programming it's a very specific programming. It is a cultural tradition, but I think that there is definitely some work that could be done here. And again, as an all volunteer organization, I would encourage them to look around and see how other organizations are, especially volunteer organizations, are addressing some of these same questions. There's no paid staff, so there's nothing to be set up regarding competitive wages. They oddly didn't complete the section on works completed, presented, and commissioned. I mean, their festival is a work, and so I thought it was strange that they didn't complete that. They didn't put anything in there, again, because this is really a community festival. There's nothing on bringing new voices to Sacramento or of amplifying specific cultural traditions. They did not do the festival in 2020 or 21. They did a mini festival in 21 virtually that seemed no, it wasn't virtual, I'm sorry, it was in person, but seemed to mostly be there to cater to their base, to kind of keep the community together, which I think is important, and many of us were doing the same thing. They have wonderful audience numbers. I mean, that's just, 5,000 people a night coming to the festival. They do have attendees who come from outside the area and from other parts of the state and even outside the state to attend the festival. So this is obviously a cherished, community program. There's definitely benefits to local businesses when you're drawing that many people to an area. They must be supporting local restaurants and potentially hotels. And especially because the festival is presented free, that's doing a lot to kind of help engage with that. There was nice community partnerships, schools, newspapers, civic groups like the Rotary. As I said, this is a true community effort. The question on responding to a changing cultural landscape, I don't think that they answered that question. I'm not sure if they understood the question. They seemed to answer mostly on how they were changing their show and the fireworks. And I don't think that was what the application was after. 100% of the board donates, a very high contributed revenue of 82%, which is notable. And the videos look, they were nice quality. I will note I did not see one face of color in anything that was presented in the video, and maybe I missed one, but I did not see any. So that is what I have, and I will bounce it over to Katie.
Thank you. I have a question, which may not, about the application process that may not be able to be answered right now, but it is difficult for me when I see staff diversity metrics listed, but then I scroll down a page and a half and it says no staff. So is that the diversity metrics of the volunteers? I'm not sure. So I think there might be some opportunity for improving that clarity, because if there are no staff and then I look at the diversity metrics for the board, that skews the diversity, those metrics overall for the organization much lower than if I am to take the staff metrics listed, but it was hard for me to understand if there's no staff, where are those numbers coming from? I have never heard of a Strauss festival. I want to say that. So it was really fun and interesting to me that was like a cultural tradition I was very unfamiliar with. And so I was pleased to learn more about it, and certainly see a lot of beautiful costumes. And I don't know who they know who's got a drone to do like video drone shots, but if you want to tell other people how to get that, put me on that list. That was pretty, the aerial view shots of the festival were great. Were really compelling. Yes, Michael?
Oh, I just think everybody got a drone now, so.
I don't have a drone. I'm sure how I get a drone.
I don't have one.
There were some things in the DEI section that were challenging for me. In particular, I think it is a little precarious to equate free programs with inclusive and diverse programs. I think just because something is free does not mean that all community feel welcome at it. And there's a statement in here that alluded to that, which was troubling for me. So that was a sign to me that there is more work to be done on the DEIA front for this group. I felt like, I did appreciate the references to ADA accommodations and really putting some attention there. And I imagine there is some more, I think there's opportunity for clarity about DEIA steps and actions beyond ADA accommodations and intergenerational programming. I also noted as many of the things Michael noted, so I'm not going to repeat them. But this was another organization that has 12 months of reserves, but they really concentrate their activity in one time of year. So just as a panelist, this is not a fault of an applicant at all. This was just me trying to untangle what does 12 months of reserves mean to an organization when their activity is really concentrated in a specific time window within a year. Other than that, I think Michael really hit lots of the points that I hit. I want to make space for others to speak as well.
Thank you. Anybody else? Want to add anything that you haven't heard? Okay. If not, then I think you can finalize your scores and we'll move ahead to Studio T Urban Dance Academy. The mission is to transform the lives, I'm sure it's the lives of our youth and their families through dance. And I think we're back to Katie.
Yes, I was trying to make one last note. I'll hold on to it and make it later.
Or, take a breath, get a drink of water.
No, all good, all good. All right, Studio T. So another organization that I enjoyed learning about, and had a really strong testimonial in the work sample. And that was really helpful for me as a panelist, and certainly made an impact on me. The direct quote was "Dance saved my life." And I'm a dancer, I'm a theater artist. I work with youth on a regular basis, and I have seen what that looks like and how that feels for youth when they choose to say that is very powerful. Excuse me. The DEIA representation on board and staff was over 60% BAIPOC. As we looked at that, I appreciated really clearly defining the youth that they are serving. The quote I pulled out was underserved and under-resourced youth ages 5 to 17 who have been harmed emotionally, economically, and developmentally by a lack of systemic opportunity. That kind of clarity was really helpful for me in understanding who they're serving and putting together the ways that they are serving in order to meet those specific needs of the youth that they're working with. I was intrigued and and excited by the workforce development angle, not angle, that maybe is not the right, but the workforce development aspect to their program creation. So there's arts, and there's very specific arts learning content and development, but then there's also this making a career in the arts and marketing and social presence. And that was really exciting for me to see. And that intentionality around, I wrote that this organization seems to be providing training and a springboard to build the talent that these youth have into positive economic outcomes for themselves and their families. And the applicant noted many times that youth and the family that is with that youth. And I think that that's a really important distinction and inclusion and recognition that the whole family is a part of that work. The teaching artists struck me as high quality, passionate, and experienced. The compensation was, I noted, transparent within the studio, that and that this organization has been recognized nationally for its work. And there's a lot of artistic work happening here. And community impact, again, youth and families. And it seems like they have focused on building programs with their community as opposed to for their community. Listed a good number of partnering organizations. And I thought it was of note that they are working with Californians for the Arts to bring youth voices from Studio T to their Arts Advocacy Week campaign. I'm on Washington State's Arts and Education Advocacy organizations, a part of that. So that was interesting to hear. And I think, again, bringing those artistic skills out into visibility in an entrepreneurial and in a public and workforce manner is really strong. They didn't list out, I think it said there was not a marketing budget. And then I noted that perhaps I was thinking that the youth are leading most of the marketing through their own social media entrepreneurship. And sometimes if you are serving youth and they are really fluent and articulate in expressing themselves through those social media channels and with their peers, that might be all the marketing you need when you're making a really huge impact on youth. But I don't know. So I thought it was interesting. And they did see a balance of contributed and earned revenue. And my note says that they do not currently have any financial reserves. So I'm going to double check that and make sure that I am not speaking incorrectly. But in the meantime, I would love to pass it to my co-reader.
And that would be Lisa.
Thank you, Katie. You covered so much. I appreciate that. I'll highlight a few areas as well. Let's see. For DEI, they had strong staff and board diversity, Black female CEO. They've built an anti-oppression practice that works for young people through their performing arts and creative entrepreneurship work. This kind of helps the youth break free in their terms and thrive. 93% of the youth served are non-white and 64% are females, 36% males, and then 79% are lower income and 18% make moderate income. So they don't even hit like median income range. With artistic impact, they have such a great listing of commissioned artists. That was really great to see. They have robust program offerings. The programs are really intentional and have been designed to break the pattern of poverty with the low income communities. And there's then also youth career opportunities that promote long-term economic growth. They're giving hope through dance and financial education, life and social skills training. They've also provided emergency clothing and hygiene items for self-care, which is beautiful and above and beyond. And this growth, they've seen this growth even as early as in 2007, where the kids in this area actually wanted to be at school, and they began to thrive at school and after school and beyond. And now, as Katie mentioned, they're turning out more national talent. In community impact, again, they're doing a lot of youth training, but more specifically like video production, photography, graphic design, event production. These are definitely areas I think resonate with our youth, and lead to jobs that are fun and interesting in the arts, that aren't just your typical thinking of what arts and cultural jobs might be. They did a lot of online distance learning and social emotional tools for youth and educators. And then let's see, under organizational accountability, they had strong board donations. They're providing staff trainings at conferences, goal settings, and planning resource and time management trainings. They aim to ensure that all employees, interns, and even students are properly compensated. Yay. And they have strong and fair pay to staff, but also strong pay to contracting artists. So their fee range for the artists was $12,000 to $22,000, which was beautiful to see as well. And those are my comments.
Thanks. Does anybody else have anything to add that hasn't been mentioned?
This is Anu. I would like to, honestly, the level of youth leadership that this organization is committed to, and community ownership. I would really love to see groups like this be engaged by some of these larger institutions as leaders, as teachers, as mentors, as guides. I think we reviewed a lot of applications that they're smaller community groups and stuff that actually have a lot to teach to some of these larger groups, and just would love to see more exchange like that.
Thank you. Great comment.
I love that they took some of their COVID funding and took some risk with it and made a significant investment in themselves to kind of broaden their service. And there's so many groups are kind of hoarding the government money that they got in COVID to ensure long-term sustainability. And as a CEO, I that resonates for me. But I really also, I love that they took, I no means implying that it was not thoughtful, because it was very thoughtful the way they decided to use this funding to really reinvest in themselves. I mean, they've been through a huge growth spurt in 12 months from everything I've seen on this application. And so my only question I'd love to check back in with them in a year and see how sustainable all of this was, and to stay very focused on their mission. So, but I love that they took risk and have invested in themselves.
I just wanted to comment on, Katie made a mention about the budget around marketing. I don't know what their marketing strategy is, but even looking at their website, they had a whole media team, which I'm assuming were either current students or previous students. So I think this, the underlining idea of empowering youth and empowering their students to also be entrepreneurs and understanding the administrative side of this work as well is really important, especially when we talk about cultivating a strong creative workforce. A lot of organizations talk about giving to underserved communities, but I think they are giving to their community and creating ways for their communities to kind of generate more income and opportunities for themselves. And I think we have to when we think about cultivating young artists, definitely think about how do they build careers in the arts as well. And I'll just say too, whenever I come to Sacramento, I would love to meet Miss T, whoever she is. I don't know this
She
woman,
would.
but just reading the application was like, I should know her.
Just her the whole entrepreneurial thing is so, it's intoxicating to read about it. She's really, she looks awesome.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay, finalized scores, and we'll move to the next application. And this, oops, are we on the right one? Let's see. Is it, yeah, there we are. Studios for the Performing Arts Operating Company, who we know as Clara. So Clara provides education and resources to unleash the creative potential of local arts and culture in Sacramento. And that's Dante.
I won't spend too much time here because I thought it was a really clear application. I thought it was very strong. I thought it was very detailed in terms of what they do, providing, space and opportunities for organizations. It talked about Clara provides rehearsal, classroom, and administrative space at roughly 50% of market rate to 7 permanent tenant organizations. Again, I think this came up in another application, but I would love to know what just the typical rent, I'm assuming, would be for some of these other organizations, just to really significantly see what the impact is. But I thought it was a really strong application. I love their introductory video. I was one of the ones I watched this. I look at the support materials before I read the narrative, so I can have a visual of who these people are and what they do. But the video alone gave me a great understanding of who they are. They talked about their space and the impact that it has on these 7 organizations, but I actually felt like I was on their campus at their organization and can see the work that they were doing. So I thought that I really appreciated that. I thought I made a note that they seem very intentional and genuine in regards to their DEIA efforts. I would like to see some increased diversity of people who are differently abled and LGBTQ representation on the board and staff. But other than that, I don't think I made any comments about any other organization being truly genuine about their DEI efforts, because a lot of times it can communicate or read as though they're checking something off of a box. But I thought it was conveyed that they really meant the values that they were living by when they shared them. I appreciate, they had a focus and commitment to supporting teaching artists. And they're looking for ways to increase their staff compensation to make sure that they're equitably paying the artists and staff that they're working with. I would just be repeating myself if I went on, but I love this organization. As I was reading the application, I was like, I wish we had something like this here in New Jersey. So really strong and well done.
Thank you. Julius, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I won't belabor things much. I agree with Deontay, everything he said. I just thought it was a great model to have such great community impact by also providing opportunities for discounted rent and stuff like that. So really great application.
Thanks. Anybody else want to add any comments, thoughts?
Just thought it was one of the strongest applications, and yeah.
The video, just like it was mentioned, I just had to watch the video and I almost didn't need to read the proposal because that video is amazing. And I think they're using a drone.
Y'all must have drones just flying all around Sacramento.
We're California, we got to have drones here. And those types of things are helpful because if you see a work sample or something that really speaks to you, I like to call it out because we can use those as examples for future applicants in terms of what can be done with a work sample and why it's so important. So thanks for that.
I'm voting that we have eternal access to all these videos. And
You do.
Just putting
You
it
do.
out there. Just putting it
Ask.
out there.
Just ask. Once they submit the application, they're public property of the city of Sacramento now. I'm sure they would be happy to share. Okay, so you can finalize your score. And we're ready to move on to, I'm going to put you on the spot again, Deante, to the Library of Music Landria. The Library of Music Landria is dedicated to breaking down the barriers to musical exploration. We inspire personal growth and creative innovation through hands-on learning opportunities.
Again, I think I got maybe the easier job of some really strong applications as the lead reader. So I don't want to take too much time on the applications because they were actually very strong and very clear. Going right through my comment card, in terms of DEI, I thought there was great intentionality in this area, serving marginalized communities. And I think they made mention of emphasizing supporting people who are experiencing homelessness. They're creating access for all people. And while I think there was an emphasis on supporting marginalized communities, I also appreciated their position that all people can profit from access and professional development as well. I love this idea that, especially when we talk about DEI and certain organizations, it can kind of have that savior effect of like, oh, we have the resources, so we're kind of coming in to save the day for this community. But I didn't get that reading this application at all. I thought they were very clear where their intentionality was around DEI. They had strong evidence of supporting local artists and compensating them equitably. And it seemed like they work with many artists annually. So it seems they have a great reach across the region in terms of who they're working with. They provide free and low cost services to the community and providing professional services and recording opportunities to artists, which I thought was noteworthy. And it seemed like they had a really significant impact on kind of like pushing the boundary of their art form and trying new things as it relates to music, which I loved. And then in terms of organizational accountability, they talked about moving to the downtown Sacramento area to better serve the growing community of youth suffering from homelessness, so they were creating more access for their constituents. And I thought that was a great example of when we talk about accountability, to actually say we're going to up and move our organization where we are currently housed to better serve people and meet them where they are. That is very significant because most times, as I've said before, people are calling community into their space instead of going to where they are. So I love to make mention of that when it's evident. But overall, I thought it was a strong organization, making the best of the resources that they had to have true impact on their community.
Great, thank you. Julius, anything you want to add?
Yeah, just once again, agree with everything Deante mentioned. I just think it was another great example of an organization using kind of a unique model and providing a unique resource to provide access to arts, specifically in music. And it was really cool to see kind of how it started and eventually where, well, one, how it started, but then how it was early on with kind of focusing on lending the instruments and now having so many services that deeply impact the community with all the above, the education program, live music, and the PD, like Deante mentioned. I thought that was very powerful and impactful to provide folks more access and avenues to get to music careers. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks. Anyone else want to add anything?
I'll throw in that I love what these guys are doing. I think it's all great. The one thing that concerned me just a little bit was that somewhere in the application I read, I was trying to find it again, but I read that they required a credit card in order to get an instrument. And that could be a barrier in and of itself to some people who can't get a credit card. to be able to borrow an instrument. So I thought that would be something that might be worth trying to change at some point. And then I also, on their expense statement, they listed donated volunteer hours as a cash expense, which I didn't understand. And similarly to the one that Katie mentioned, it was they provided a BIPOC and LGBTQ breakdown for staff, but then they say they have no paid staff. So I think that there's something in the application that I think needs to get clarified so groups are giving us information we can act on a little bit better. But otherwise, I love this. I want one here. Can they come and start one here in San Diego, please?
Great point. Again, Michael, it's just interesting because some people volunteer so much, they seem like they're full-time staff.
I think that's very true of this community, is that, it's that fluid use of the word staff, and we're actually calling out, do you have staff and do you have paid staff? But when you rely a lot on non-paid staff, you seem to think in terms of them being staff. So it's probably more clarity on our part what we're actually looking for, so that we're comparing apples to apples. So thanks for that point. Okay, if there's no more comments, then we can move on to the next application. And this is coming from University Enterprises, but it says Sacramento state-sponsored research. But we're really looking at the Festival of New American Music. And the Festival of New American Music brings extraordinary musicians to Sacramento, California each year to present high-quality performances of a broad body of recently composed or improvised music by some of America's most exciting artists, as well as showcasing the talents of local performers and composers of modern concert music. So no surprise, Michael, you're on for this one.
Sorry, rookie mistake. So yes, they are hosted by, the Festival of New American Music is hosted by Sacramento State University Enterprises, which interesting comment in their mission statement, there's a quote, develops and nurtures projects and programs that further the vision and values of the institution. And so I thought that was interesting, and in terms of the way that they position that. They have quite significant financial resources available to them. This University Enterprises, they have $72 million in their budget, most of which comes from government grants. The festival has been in existence since 1978, so they have a long history and track record in Sacramento. But I'll also note that they are a first-time applicant for support from this body. The festival itself, despite the 72 million, the festival has a modest budget of roughly $50,000 a year. But I will note that it has lost money every year for the last 3 years, usually about 15 to 20% of that budget. They present an 8-day festival every year, featuring concerts of contemporary art music by nationally renowned artists as well as local talent. The festival includes panels and master classes, some outreach to area schools, and features many of the composers who come to the area for their performances of their work, several of which it seems every year are world premieres. So in terms of, representing the art form well and expanding the boundaries of the art form, bringing nationally known folks to Sacramento, and also positioning Sacramento as a leader in this particular niche of music, I think they're doing great work. There are 2 staff people, so the fact that their staff LGBTQ number is 50% means one is and one isn't. 0% BIPOC representation. And they did not provide any board numbers. And it made me start to wonder if those were not provided because they don't have a board specific to their festival, and that if this is actually the board of the university and they didn't want to either misrepresent or give us that in some sort of way. So that was a question I was left. Again, in the spirit of programmatic diversity being the first step in really thinking through DEI priorities, they showed a very strong shift to that. They did a show of almost all women composers in 2020. And then in 2021, they did a half program of Black composers and a half program of non-binary composers. and they are looking ahead to continue this type of programming in the future. They also make sure to bring those composers in and do discussions and panels so that they're centering those stories in the presentations that they do. They wish to be very intentional. Oh, let me come back. So present a large number of new works, commission works, and works that challenge the boundaries of the art form each year, which I thought was great. The artistic quality is high. I mean, the videos are, the material is challenging. It's very specific to a niche, but it seems to be very high quality, and there were certainly some interesting programmatic aspects based on the video. They would like to be more intentional in recruiting more diverse audiences. The concerts are well attended. They are presented free of charge, which I think is great, but they need and want to do more to diversify their audience really beyond their students. This is a very much a university-driven program. And what I wished for more of was, this seems to be well run and well put together, but I wished for a more intentional plan of how they could do outreach, how they could interest other communities in the work that they're doing and share that in some way. It's a 100% contributed income organization. And again, the fact that there's no board or that they didn't list a board was concerning just from the perspective of then where's the oversight from a governance perspective. And that was something of a concern, especially for a group that's lost 15 to 20% of it. It's had a 15 to 20% deficit every year for the last 3 years. So that was the one big kind of thing that stood out for me on the application. But this seems to be well run and well supported, and they're producing high quality artistic work. But the two areas are just the governance question, and then how are they going to diversify to bring in more audiences and share this work with a broader community. And that's what I got, and I will bounce it to Lisa.
Thank you, Michael. And again, Michael, you did such a wonderful job covering everything. I'll sprinkle in a few other things that may just echo what Michael said. It's difficult because this is, as Michael said, there's two people working under the university that are being subsidized by this. And again, that budget around $50,000, but they're housed and supported by the State University School of Music, including health plans and professional development and other 401k plans. So it's great. They're in a great spot, but there's no accountability that's being shown here because of that lack of board. And I'm not sure how that works for these grants, or how we get to that spot where we can help them think about their equitable processes and, how do they engage the community best? How do they make sure they're hitting their goals? And the goals are stated of, trying to bring on more Black composers, more women composers. And in some cases, they couldn't hit all their goals because of COVID. So what's next? What comes next? And how are they doing it? And where is that being tracked? And let me see. Yeah, 100% of their budget is earned income. And of course, rightfully so, their staff and border list is not representing the communities they serve, but there's no narrative why. And I think that's another sort of clenching point of understand your situation better, and sort of round out that thinking and equity better as well.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments they want to add?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was just going to add that I think, that the budget's a little bit misleading, because if they didn't have the facilities and they didn't have the salaries and benefits of their two folks covered in all of this, how would they continue on some levels? I mean, even though they've been around since 1978, that's awesome. And so, but it is kind of, what's the larger sustainability question, I think, is the one you raised, Lisa, which is an interesting point. So,
and we could go into that a little bit more. This is funded by a lot of places too on the outside? And are they supposed to be should they be advocating internally as they grow, or if they're losing money each year? How does that affect what a funder might see? If they're just kind of being taken care of, how do they make sure that they're sustainable?
Okay, if there are no other comments, we can finalize and move on to the next application. This application is Verge Center for the Arts. Verge Center for the Arts is the leading cultural institution in the Sacramento region for contemporary art and ideas. We have a mission to extend the dialogue about contemporary art to the Central Valley. And Christina, I think you're going to lead us.
Yeah, thank you. This is a contemporary art space that has exhibitions, provides low cost or free workspace for artists, and educational programming for kids and adults. In 2010, they moved into a larger space that enabled them to expand their studios, production areas, and galleries. Something that I thought was very interesting was they created a fellowship program for artists and residents to have free studios and access to their resources with a partner organization. And this is going to be renewed with a new partner this year. It seems like that original partnership ended, though they didn't explain why. But there's no description of who that new partner will be and how they're going to forge the new partnership for this key fellowship opportunity. From 2018 to 2021, they provided over $70,000 in direct resources to working artists. And it's a little unclear of what that means exactly, because they looped in this fellowship program, which they clearly explained what that encompasses, but then that 70,000 also covers their fiscal sponsorship work. So it's sort of like they're saying they gave $70,000 to artists, but some of that was money that the artists raised themselves. So I thought that was slightly misleading. They had some really encouraging statistics on their demographic breakdown of recipients for those direct services. They present a wide range of programs. Their DEAI work, their programs and staff represent a diverse mix of participants, and their board seems to be getting there. The board created a DEAI committee that worked over a year to establish a set of guiding principles, and it will culminate in training with an equity consultant this spring. So I thought they were being very intentional here. They're really hustling to develop partnerships that will subsidize participation among artists and diversify who they're going to serve. I love to see that they're working to improve their compensation packages for staff, which they recognize are at the low end of the industry standard. They spent a lot of ink in this application describing their slanted step exhibition. Sacramento artist William T. Wiley found this unusual slanted step and gave it to his student, who happened to be Bruce Nauman, which spawned decades of bi-coastal experimentation among artists. And Verge cites their reissuing of the accompanying catalog and an exhibition based on this premise in 2019 as an example of their cultural importance. And for COVID, they made a podcast and created virtual alternatives for their classes. The board is highly involved and contributes to fundraising efforts, and they have a very robust membership program, which I thought was great. And they showed a small surplus in FY 2020.
Okay, Deante, anything you want to add to this?
No, I'll just to play the same record that I've been playing in terms of DEI. And it wasn't really a tick, in terms of my scoring, off of their score, because I thought they were very intentional about their DEI efforts. I would just encourage them to look at other ways to kind of govern that makeup of their equity committee, because it noted that they were predominantly made up of all BIPOC people in wake of the George Floyd murder. And I made a note that DEI requires the work of POC folks and non-POC folks, and we have to be mindful of how taxing this work can be on BIPOC individuals in predominantly white spaces to avoid burnout and racial battle fatigue, because it seems as though we are asking people of color to fix systems and fix issues that were not created by them, and asking them to, come up with the solutions for a space that is already oppressive possibly for them. So I wondered what allyship within their DEI efforts really meant. But other than that, it was pretty clear application, very strong in their commitment to the work that they're doing.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments they want to add?
Just, I don't know if I should address, I think something came up in the chat.
I just did.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'll also just say I really loved the connection to working artists, providing direct resources, the diversity of programming. I love them talking about the stitching project, which seemed to really take off and become this like global kind of stitching project. I thought that was kind of amazing, and that the ED joined Verge first as a resident artist. Oftentimes there is such a huge gap between who's on the management administrative side of an organization and who are the working artists. And I just thought that was, I find that rare, and that was great. And I also thought there was a thoughtful and intentional organizational and kind of human-centered process described in the application. So just lifting that up.
Thank you. Any other comments about this application? Okay, we can finalize our scores and move to the next one, which is the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center. Photography communicates ideas and emotions beyond that which can be said with words. Viewpoint facilitates this vital communication through exhibits, education, and community connection. And I think Lisa's going to start us off.
Sure. So Viewpoint was created 30 years ago to provide that resource for photographic arts and to exhibit work in a dedicated gallery and provide an outlet for artists to share information and connect with the general public, thereby creating greater appreciation and understanding. Under DEI, this can be a little hard too because there's no staff. I'll just start with that. There's no staff. So there's no staff diversity, and there's minimal board diversity that they're also aware of. They point out that demographically, their organization tends to attract a fairly traditional audience, which we've kind of heard that before, where we want to say, well, you can continue to expand that. Photography is for all, and I do think they know that, but that comment was kind of off-putting. But they suggest that through photography, like programs like Month of Photography and student education programs, they seek to attract younger and more culturally diverse groups. And they are committed to evolving and moving forward in a more inclusive and meaningful way. There have also been exhibits that they have scheduled that support and show marginalized communities as well as environmental issues. And they know photography can be a powerful tool for communicating social constructs and presenting them in a way that people can relate to. And they want to continue diversifying the artists involved as well. And my suggestion to them and really everyone and all of us all the time is more education around DEI and do that work internally. As far as artistic impact, I really enjoyed reading through some of their offerings that included a print and portfolio night, peer review, where members and guests get to share a body of work and receive candid feedback from other professionals. They have a student educational program that's free and open to high school and college level students. And then their photography month, Sacramento, is in April. And they had mentioned what a great example of and showcase it was, and supported diverse offerings during that. For community impact, again, they were created 30 years ago, and they're trying to offer a wide range of services and programs for both artists and the general public. Most of their programs are free and open to all, but nothing was really mentioned on the reach and diversity of community or programs offered beyond what I had mentioned. So who are they reaching? How are they reaching them? Their operating income for 20 was around 137,000. Again, they have no staff. They've got some strong board donations. Their compensation really is going towards 3 independent contractors, and it's based on industry standards from online research and the requested fee of the contractor. Because the capacity of this seems like it could be challenging, and I applaud them for all their work. They continue to project 18 months out for income and anticipate any shortfalls by reviewing trends locally and industry-wide. No one can anticipate COVID, but I always appreciate that and the 18-month thinking. And the board of directors are actively reviewing institutional practices with the intention of broadening and evolving the overall profile of the organization. And Michael, I am sure you will sprinkle in many good notes as well here.
Not really. I think you really covered it. I mean, what I love about this group, Lisa, is that they're really grassrootsy, right? Like they're still really community based and very grassroots. And I guess like the question, and maybe it's not the right question to ask, in this context, but after 30 years, being around, like I wonder if there aren't more opportunities for them to kind of institutionalize and maybe bring on an executive director or an executive director / curator / outreach person. They talk about wanting to improve their diversity, and wouldn't the first step of that be like going and doing education work in schools and going out to Title I schools or things like that to kind of help them do that? I think there's ways that they could do that. And I think some, a little fundraising gusto could help them kind of achieve that on some levels and get to that place, because the work is meaningful and they're filling a really valuable niche in the community. And this is the kind of group that you just love to see do more, I think, and especially with a 30-year history. The only other thing I'll mention is that I really love that they give free memberships to college students. That's pretty much it for me.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add any additional comments? Okay, if we have no additional comments, then we can finalize scores.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually had one, which was I noticed in the work sample from Another World, just noting that wondered about the community ownership decision-making involved in choice of exhibits that emphasize kind of diverse perspectives. I wondered if that From Another World exhibit was engaging any of the local African communities. And it didn't seem to be the case. And I would just invite the organization to consider subject, object versus, kind of engagement that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anu, for speaking that. I had the same response and questions.
Thank you. Okay. We're ready for the next application. And this is Voices of California, California Delta Chapter of BHS. The mission of the California Delta Chapter is to achieve musical excellence in competition, excuse me, and entertaining performances of the highest caliber. Excuse me, and this is Michael.
And so to be clear, BHS is the Barbershop Harmony Society. So this is, we saw the Sweet Adelines already earlier today, and this is the male version of it for the Barbershop Association. Hold on, I'm pulling up my notes. It caught me off guard here.
I'm sorry.
They are, no, not at all, my bad. They are 12 years old and have 94 members with a focus on barbershop style singing in Sacramento. They do regular performances. They've competed internationally and they won 17th place, but they didn't say how many that was out of. So I don't know if 17th place is good or not. It sounds good, so I'm going with that it's good. They consider themselves more than a music organization, but kind of a theatrical performing troupe. They had a $137,000 budget in 2019. They took a very big hit in COVID down to 33,000, but they were able to manage their expenses and incur only a small loss. But as we've said with other groups, I would have liked, I mean, I wish there was a budget narrative. I think that was an awesome, whoever made that suggestion was a fantastic suggestion. Not that we need more narrative, but it would help to understand how they hope to reemerge fiscally healthy as we emerge from the pandemic. They do some outreach to schools and colleges, and they hold an annual camp, do a variety of charity events, all of which is very laudable. They've embarked on some minority recruiting initiatives. They've also been looking to broaden their membership by going back through the records of people who sang in choirs in schools for many years and reach out personally to try and bring them in. They don't indicate the success of this effort, and this effort may still be ongoing, but you've got to give them credit for coming up with an interesting and unique idea for a way to reach out specifically to people who are already disposed to potentially like what they do. So I thought that was innovative and worth mentioning. On the DEI front, they have work to do. They currently are 0% BIPOC on their staff, and their board is only 11% BIPOC and no LGBTQ. But I'll give them some credit for, despite the kind of, these kind of full-throated definitions of the, defenses, I should say, of the repertory that we've seen in these applications. I will give them some credit for the, that they've reached out to do a partnership with the Gay Men's Chorus. They reached out to the Sacramento Women's Chorus. They are looking for ways to connect and innovate with other communities. And to me, the history of four-part singing is a very rich tradition that extends beyond barbership. You've got gospel choirs, you've got, South African choirs. I mean, there's a lot of ways that they could, look to partner, and I hope they'll consider partnering with groups like that to kind of do a real kind of sense of cultural sharing and to share some of the common roots of this music that they talk about in their repertory that I think could be the kind of the next step of this process for them. But they acknowledge they've got the work to do, and they have some indications of their plans, but it's right now it's all speaking very future oriented. But they have brought in other groups of similar styles to perform. They've brought in experts on the origins and history of the form to speak to the public, which I think is a good, education on all fronts from a diversity's perspective is good. And from cultural, this is a cultural heritage. Their audience sizes are good, but I would like a sense of whether or not they're growing. Their economic impact in their communities seem to be fairly limited. They talked about the pizza place they all go to for dinner after rehearsal. I'm not sure that's how I would define economic impact, but that's where it is. I did not see any real indication of sort of broad scale community partnerships. But all the board does donate. And I think that's, again, we haven't seen that consistently. And so having that 100% marker, I think is great. Hold on, I'm just switching over to my scorecard, see if I see anything else. I thought their governance, looking at the rubric just quickly, they do seem to be accomplished in the field, and they're looking for ways to kind of expand the repertory and really get the message out about preserving a cultural heritage. I think that's good. The videos had vocal strength to them. The videos that I watched, I appreciated the the high quality of the vocal singing. When they talk about themselves as a theatrical performing group, I'm not sure I saw a lot of that. I saw some costumes and sets and things like that, but I think maybe that could maybe be a little more elevated. Governance and financial management seem strong. And that's pretty much it for me. So Julius, I'll pass it over to you.
I believe I am struggling with the mute button. I agree with your synopsis, and for the sake of time, I won't add much.
Anybody else have anything that they want to add as well?
I will admit I'd never heard of an outfit like this before, so it was nice to be educated. And immediately understanding that in their quotation, the history of being a white organization that actively discriminated against marginalized groups, and ignoring that the music is owned and originated over the years in the American South and the Black population was really interesting. They're in a very challenging position. So at least from my perspective, and you know, they've been around for, 1 second, I had it written down, or I had it pulled up, since 1938. So it's just now in the past several years that they've acknowledged this history, and have begun actively working to improve on that diversity and inclusion. And they say they've put together an inclusivity policy. So there's more work to be done there. And I appreciate all of Michael's remarks as well on the work that they have been doing. But it was very interesting to read through this and learn about it.
There are chapters, Lisa, all over the nation.
Yeah.
It is, and internationally, there are groups in the UK and in Germany, and that go to these internet. It's actually quite large. The whole thing. I know we have a chapter here in San Diego because my contractor sings with them. So.
No,
Okay.
thank you for that.
Any other comments?
Just really quickly, the only thing that I wanted to add is that they state that they welcome all levels of singers, even those who have no musical experience, but then there's an audition process. So I would have liked to have understood more about that, and why there was an audition process if everybody's welcome without experience.
Thank you. Okay, we are down to our last two applications. And the next one is Wellspring Women's Center. The mission of Wellspring Women's Center is to nurture the innate goodness and personal self-esteem of women and their children, and to do so within an atmosphere of hospitality with dignity and love. And Julius is going to introduce, I believe.
Yes, I mean, it was great to see that, you know, they're the focus of their organization, and they do that in a variety of ways by providing lots of resources and also doing things to help eliminate barriers, but to add in the focus of using art to do art therapy to reduce things that women and children face in regards to trauma, abuse, violence, etc. Just another wonderful organization providing a huge community impact. I'll go down my rubric once again. In regards to DEI, it's great to see that they are a dominantly BIPOC serving organization, and they had fairly decent BIPOC representation on both the staff and the board. They also are not only focusing on the BIPOC community, but also low income and communities, community members that are facing homelessness. In regards to DEI as well, they are doing efforts to train their staff in DEI, and I thought it was great to see that they stated that they're focusing on things such as anti-racism and also trauma-informed care, which is an important lens to provide community services to folks. In regards to artistic impact, that was great that they're using, since we're talking about therapy, right, licensed clinicians, but also art teachers. And they have 5 full-time staff, 2 part-time staff, and they have 85 volunteers. Also listed that they have 12 youth or intern individuals helping out with the organization as well. And it seems like folks are being compensated for the work that they're doing, which is good to see. When you talk about artistic impact and you think about 500 works being listed, I'd say that's a lot of artistic impact. Also have 7 programs in the community. I really thought it was good to see that there is kind of artisan opportunities and encouraging folks to not only create art, but also sell their art and providing opportunities and partnerships for them to have space to sell their art. And though there is a focus on that, I think the greatest payment you see in this type of work is folks being able to experience healing, which is probably a benefit you can't put a price on, right? And then they also had programs that were specifically focused on different cultures, and I thought that was awesome to see as well. In regards to community impact, it's great to see that all their services, at least dominantly, are free services. Once again, serving a underserved, disenfranchised community in the Oak Park area. And let's see, also have, when you look at the fact that they are serving 150 to 200 women and children per day, I'd say that's a lot of community impact. And I mentioned they kind of have burial removal and resources, including, providing even things like diapers, and there's opportunities for people to get meals and so many other things. Another thing that I noted in regards to community impact was the fact that they have the Art of Being program, which is designed to generate a positive social impact and reduce barriers to art access by formally offering creative and cultural activities. And I'll stop there. And then it was great to see they're also partnering with lots of organizations as well in the community to increase the amount of services and resources that community members have, and then also to provide their services for the members of the community that those partner organizations serve. In regards to organizational accountability, despite seeing things like, there's 12 months of reserves, which is really awesome to see, and seeing that the board meets, 8 times a year, and then committees are meeting monthly. So some of those things that we're kind of looking at for organizational accountability. I thought one of the most unique things that I saw was the fact that they intentionally do not ask their board members to contribute to ensure that there could be more representation of the community that they serve on the board. And I thought that was a very awesome, unique aspect of their board. And I'll stop there to let Katie chime in.
Well, I had noted many of the things that you noted, Julius. I just want to underscore, I think the importance of the work that they're doing in using the arts as a tool for healing, very intentionally and with clinical supports and art therapist supports. And I thought that they really demonstrated a good integration of arts and social service work in their application. One thing I noticed on organizational accountability, and I'm trying to find where they said it, but I think they said they own their building, which is hugely unique and provides a great amount, I would imagine, of stability. And I'm trying to navigate back to my other notes. I struggle to find anything different to add to what Julia said. So I don't want to, oh, that's what it was. I think there was one more thing. The patio project was really exciting, I thought, and talking about expanding their footprint, and that the patio project would increase the functionality of the arts programming and further highlight the arts work and really bring it into a level of visibility. And of course, that helps when you're trying not to spread germs too, to have an intentional outdoor space to do some of your programming. So I was excited about the patio as well. And it seemed to me that the community impact from this organization was quite high.
Thank you. Any other comments about this application? We said a lot.
I thought it was a fantastic application. Loved what they're doing and how intentional and holistic arts as healing. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, then we are ready for final scores on this one and moving on to our very last application, which is Women's Wisdom Art. Women's Wisdom Art improves women's lives and advocates for equity and justice through art, writing, and wellness. We transform the lives of women from all backgrounds by inviting them to engage in a diverse community dedicated to participating in the arts. And it looks like we have the same team of introducers, so you can take it away.
Yeah, I thought it was, besides the things that you just mentioned, I thought it was great that this organization focuses on improving the well-being of women overcoming poverty, homelessness, violence, and abuse. I'll dive into the rubric in regards to DEI. I thought there was a decent percentage of staff and board diversity. But I did, we kind of talked about Impact Foundry earlier in our deliberations. But it was great to see that they have taken advantage of the Impact Foundry's cultural responsiveness program. They also have taken advantage of listening circles and racism workshops from Impact Foundry as well. In regards to artistic impact, it's great to see that the offerings of the organization are taught by accomplished artists and writers. There's staff training and professional development, which also encourages folks to get deeper engaged in like art education opportunities. They listed that there were 3 part-time staff, but I thought it was unique that though they are part-time staff, they are paid staff, and then they also have opportunities for paid vacation, which is rare to see oftentimes with paid part-time staff. They also have 10 to 15 volunteers that they listed. And they have listed also 12 interns / youth. And then they also contract folks, and they listed that there were 6 folks that they were contracting with. I thought it was really awesome that they're connecting the work that they do kind of with the international lens and focus. When you look at, let me scroll and find it really quickly. Yeah, so they had three kind of unique artist examples in regards to international work. So one example was a woman who came to Women's Wisdom Art as a recent immigrant from Iraq. And she was an accomplished artist in Iraq. And so she quickly went from being a participant to being a paid teaching artist, and also providing administrative support in the organization. And I think that was a really great example of recognizing kind of the status that she had already, and quickly allowing her to move into more of a leadership role in the organization. Let's see, they're definitely doing work to advance new voices. And they're also doing work to preserve and share culture as well, which is really awesome to see. In regards to community impact, they are partnering with lots of organizations to not only bring their services to what I would call a captive audience, because the other partners are already serving the individuals that they're providing the resources and opportunities for. But they're also going to organizations to provide the services to those folks, because it helps to eliminate like transportation barriers and et cetera when you bring services to people, as opposed to asking folks to come to your organization or to your location. I mentioned that they are, well, maybe that was a previous organization, but they also have free workshops and classes. They mentioned there are probably 8 to 10 different offerings. They also have weekly workshops. They have, and I just mentioned they have both on-site and off-site programming. And then COVID shift-wise, it definitely began some virtual offerings since 2020. And let's see, in regards to organizational accountability, definitely have the board participating and donating to the tune of $9,000 per year, or the previous year. They are operating with monthly meetings, and they had 5 months of reserves, which I always kind of use as a barometer of managing resources, especially during the pandemic. And then I thought it was a really great to see that they moved during the pandemic, but it wasn't for the reason that I initially thought. I thought that maybe they were forced to close their previous location and move because of COVID impacts. But they actually had a 5-year plan with plans to move to a more into the heart of the disenfranchised community that they're now in. And they actually were able to move a year ahead of their 5-year plan. So that also speaks to great organizational accountability and planning. And I'll stop there and pass it to Katie.
That was I was like, oh, the one thing he hasn't mentioned is the move. I was like, I'll get to say that. Nope. Really, I truly every single thing that Julia said is in my spreadsheet. I would underscore their the DEI section, the workshops and trainings that they're participating in, moving people up from within the organization. They specifically talked about refining their mission in 2020, that their equity and justice values were embedded in their organization always, but in 2020, they refined their mission statement to be specifically explicit about those equity and justice values within their mission. And so that was of note to me. And then I just appreciated the listing of our forms that I noted, that they were offering visual art, writing, fiber arts, and then indigenous and folk art forms is how it was phrased. And I appreciated the variety of art forms, and also, as Julius mentioned, working with other organizations in the community. In fact, some of their work samples even show them at other organizations' spaces and working closely in that way. And so I was appreciative of that. I think that their budget process felt clear, and the organizational accountability was relatively high for me. And I thought overall that it was a very strong application.
Thank you. Anybody have anything they want to add about this application? A lot was said, but if there's anything that you haven't heard.
They just do a lot on a small budget. One question I had was if there was a pathway of leadership where women participating become kind of developed to lead or contribute to decision-making in the organization.
Okay, I would just ask you all just to take one more look at your scores and make any final comments on this application. And we're gonna take, well, before we take a break, so don't rush out yet. First of all, I just wanna, before we go any further, I feel like I just need to thank you all. This has been a long, long 2 days of going over applications in great detail, and it's really clear the thought and the time that you put in. And I just want to say I really appreciate your mixture of rigor and heart that you brought to these applications. I think that's always a difficult balance, and I think you did a really wonderful job bringing both to the applications. And I feel like I'll go back and watch these recordings and listen to your reviews and your comments. It's going to be really useful for us moving forward. So I learned a lot from all of you and all of your perspectives, and I just want to say thanks. And before we move on, I just want to bring Megan back on to talk about what our next steps are going to be, and then we can certainly take a break.
Hey everyone, I would just want to echo Melissa's comments there with all of you as well. I've floated in and out listening to your the thoughtfulness of review, and I was here at the start and in the mix and now seeing at the end. And I think you guys really did an amazing job of sustaining that important work, which is, as Melissa pointed out, helpful for us and also our community. So I, again, with gratitude. A couple of things that we want to do when we come back from the break, and I'm going to help facilitate part of this conversation, is we want to achieve 2 things. One, we'd like to talk to you a little bit about policy. And there's a couple, while we have a survey that we're going to send to you afterwards, there's a couple things that we'd like to just give you an opportunity to provide some feedback on now. And we can do it as a brief conversation, but I want to give you all an opportunity to just say, and those 2 things that we're going to talk about are the rubric, both what worked and what was challenging about it, and also the application, because there was a certain intent to it. And I think we received some good feedback from both sides. And as peers and as applicants, we'll be really interested in your perspective. And I'd really like both for us to hear that, but also to be able to record that and to be able to share it with the people we serve so that they recognize that we are taking in this kind of feedback. So that's one thing. We can do that as a real, kind of brief conversation, just charge up. The other thing that we're going to do is during the break, Diana is gonna take and aggregate all of those scores for us so that we can so that you can kind of see them in rank order. And what I'd like to do is talk with you a little bit about some of the principles of how we're thinking about the distribution of funds and talk a little bit about distribution points. It's late in the day for some of you, I know, who are East Coast folks, so I'm really sensitive to that, But I think what we'd like to talk about are some scoring thresholds and some distribution sort of principles that we take away from this conversation. And then we can use that and, you know, put the things together and then work with our commission on final amounts. But we want your feedback relative to those things, because you've spent a lot of time scoring these, and that really matters to us. And so getting your feedback on some of that is really important before we walk away from today. So that's kind of where we want to proceed after the break. And hopefully we'll do that in a way that gets you energized and gets you out of here. So I think that's all I wanted to say, Melissa.
That's perfect. And we'll be back at 3:30. So we'll be on break until then. And then we will really try to move through this as quickly as we can. Thanks. Okay. So can we put the report on screen?
And Melissa, as we do that, let me just like kind of give some context here as we're looking, because there are a couple of decision points that we think we have for you to kind of look at. So a couple of things. So the Cultural Arts Awards program is a general operating support program. And the aim is to be able to provide a meaningful award based upon both the scale of the organization and also their score. So a couple of things to think about, you know, when I first, and Melissa and I were looking back at previous iterations of this program, we often had many small organizations receiving very, very small amounts, you know, to apply to a program of this size. And that was something that we wanted to address. So we established that for this program, we wanted to make a minimum award level of at least $5,000 for this particular program. So that's one piece of the puzzle. And we also stated in the guidelines that the top 10% of organizations would receive a some sort of bonus amount. So a couple of things that we're kind of contemplating here as a group, and I have my loud cat in the background, so hopefully you're not hearing that, is that the original pool of dollars that we have for this program is $450,000. Beyond that, we were able to secure additional $500,000 through Measure U funding, which is a specialized funding here to be able to support an expansion of the program. So one of the things that we're thinking about here is the potential of doing a base grant amount established for everyone that we decide, or we, meaning you, you recommend should be in the pool for that funding. And then, and that would come from that $450,000 base. And then we're thinking of, and that would be distributed, sort of based on the distribution of operating dollars. So you would look at the total and make sure that the idea is to produce a meaningful award either as a percentage of an organization's budget or as a dollar amount. So that's the aim of what we're trying to do. So you have this base grant amount that we would determine for all of the organizations that would be in the pool. And then sort of like a performance pool based on score beyond that, where we would have a scoring threshold that you would have to score above in order to be able to be a part of that pool. And then the last bit would come from our top 10 organizations. So we're thinking that first pool would be $450,000 to calculate all the base amounts, then an additional $400,000 in that performance pool based on how organizations scored, and then the last bit based on the top. So that raises a couple of things for you guys to think about. And the first one is, based on the scores, is there a scoring threshold below which you believe no one should receive funding? So based upon your review. And I think, Diana, if you can scroll down, we can, oh, nope, it's right there. Sorry, they're side by side. So you guys can see, kind of how the scores unfolded. So that's my first question for you to consider. Is there a scoring threshold below which you think no one should receive funding? Or you say, nope, this is the pool that we want to receive base, And then the next level, and the next question that I want you to think about is, what would be the scoring threshold in order to get into that additional pool of funding? So, where do we want to cut that in terms of that pool of 400,000 that we would distribute? So can we start with the first one?
And can everybody see that, or do we need to enlarge so that you can all see?
Just a little bit, please.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could enlarge. Also, is there a graphic, Megan, for everything you just described, like or visual bullet points for us to be able to keep referring to?
We should have such thing, Christina, and we do not, although I could probably put all of everything that I just said in such PowerPoint and share it if one was interested. I'm happy to do that. Hold on. Give me a few minutes here. I should have done that over the break. I had it all in my talking points, in my notes. Let me just.
We've had so much conversation and we've stared at screens all day. It's really hard for me to retain anything important right now.
Yeah, no, this is actually why, we were trying to limit, like, what are the decisions we're actually asking you to make? Which that first one, the first cut is there a scoring threshold below which you believe no one should receive funding?
Do we want to start with that conversation first and just have a general conversation where you can see the lower scores? Does anybody, want to weigh in on their thoughts about, should everyone who applied receive something? Obviously, there's a finite pool, so, you'll receive less if it's everyone, but, how do you feel about that? Or should there be a cutoff point, and do you all see a natural cutoff point?
Well, and there is, I will start by saying I'm a person who wants to give everyone something. Generally, that's sort of my initial response. I don't have an understanding yet of what the implications would be of that choice, like real concrete implications of that choice. But I do see, and there's almost a 10-point gap between lines 33 and 34 in column E. Everything else kind of is within one or two numbers of one another, and then there's almost a 10-point jump there.
So you're talking about the last two?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If we're looking for a gap in scoring or a break point, that's one that I see.
Yeah, I think I just have a question about what the implications are, because, what does that mean? Because I too would be like, well, everybody who applied seemed to be they weren't doing anything just absolutely horrible that I'd be like, I banned them from ever getting funding of anything. But, some people's applications were clearly stronger than others. But it's more about the pool of money and how that would be distributed and what impact would that have, because to then put it right there at the very end to be like, yes, we'll fund everybody, but the last three seems a little like, well, I have questions about that.
So a couple of thoughts about that, because we've been running the numbers, as you all know. Folks submitted their general operating, their budget, so we have a sense of over a couple of years what their budgets were, so the formula that we're using actually takes the amount of dollars that we have and distributes it based on something of the share of the organization's budgets. And Christina, you may be familiar with this, but in the old Cleveland style didn't take into consideration score. In this one, really would take into consideration score. So in that scenario, with our minimum grant of $5,000, that could mean that the base grant amount for all of the organizations who would be receiving funding would be somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000, based on their size and scale. And then that would be that first base grant of the 450,000, right? So that's kind of what you're dealing with. For many organizations, particularly of a smaller scale, like that actually turns out to be, could in some cases be 25 to 30% of their overarching budget. So just to put that in perspective, for some of the larger organizations, it's obviously a much smaller percentage of their budget, but obviously that, the scale is quite different. So the thought then, so that's the floor, right? So you have $450,000 and you could, you have a base grant amount that's probably somewhere, depending upon your size and scale, between 5,000 at the low end and a little over 8,000 at the top end, based on the way that we were calculating it. Is that helpful?
That is helpful, Megan. For me, I'm kind of definitely leaning towards the mindset of, oh, fund everybody as well. What I am concerned about is, for lack of a better phrase, is rewarding bad behavior, right? And not bad behavior, but like, one of the things that I think is necessary is for organizations, especially our smaller organizations, our organizations from underserved communities, especially, et cetera, is to be able to continue to apply to grants, to continue sustainability and continue opportunity to receive funds. And so like if we provide funds to everyone and we have, for example, an organization that didn't really submit all the information in the application, et cetera, then they may think that, like we got the award, so our application must have been good, right? So that's one of the things I'm concerned about, even though I'm still in the mindset of everyone should be funded. And another reason why I think, it probably sounds like it is, this point is not necessary, but I just want to give some Sacramento insight a little bit. When I look at this list, it's great to see that there are some of our smaller organizations or underserved community focus organizations kind of in those top scores sprinkled in there, but it's still dominant by our larger, longer standing art organizations who the community views is they always get the money, right? Because they haven't had to deal with the same level of disenfranchisement or et cetera. And they have long standing abilities to have money, and that helps you even have grant writers and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's another reason why, looking at this list now with the scores and things that are popping out to me, I think it's important that we make sure we fund at some level as many people as possible.
Can I ask two questions?
Mhm.
One is 5,000 set in stone.
The floor for funding of 5,000 is set in stone. We can't go below that and wouldn't want to.
Okay, then this information becomes public, right? Like there's an announcement made.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, there's this steps, like once we get through like what your thinking is on these decision points, then we have to go back and calculate all the numbers. That then those reports have to go to commission, has to be approved, and then ultimately the other players like Sacramento County is involved also has to approve. So we're actually having this discussion in public right now, which is actually, I think, important.
Oh, I didn't realize it was still being, sorry.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're trying to be as transparent as possible with the discussion and the thinking.
Because my sentiments are, much like Julius's. Megan, I come from that perspective of being the leader of a non has struggled, and we're doing much better now. And even with that, even with our increase in budget and what we're doing, $5,000 is huge. Like I can do so many things with $5,000. So, and then again, to Julius's point, then I struggle with the fact that if they didn't have, a really strong application, they're being rewarded among other really strong applications.
So I think there's well, actually, it looked like Michael, you unmuted, so I don't want to respond before you have an opportunity to weigh in.
I was just also going to chime in and say I kind of agree with it. I mean, I have a little bit of a problem with the participation medal, like that everybody gets granted. I think Julius's point is a good one, which is that, in an ideal world, you want to give everybody, you want to support everybody. But I also think that then you don't want to send the wrong message to folks who just really, there were just some applications that just weren't that strong. And I think that they need to understand what it means to get this is public money, and that's important. Now, my flip side of that is I also remember, back earlier in my career working in smaller arts organizations, and getting city funding or county funding is often your first really critical and important step to getting, state funding, or getting a foundation to actually look at you, or a corporation to consider sponsorship. These kind of city and county grants are often that first neutral arbiter that says, yep, a group of your peers got together and said, yep, you deserve some support. So I kind of wanted to say that too, just to kind of keep that in mind, so that I think it's based on what everybody's saying. I think we're all kind of looking for that balance. We're all kind of struggling to find that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Lisa, it looks like you've got comments as well.
Yeah, I think everyone's hitting on it. And Julius, thank you for your perspective as well. And I think you had a question in there about, they may not realize some of the comments we made, but I believe that all the comments that we have put into the scores are shared. And my hope and my understanding is that this is a new kind of process. It's already been publicized. I mean, it's public now. So there is a lot of learning curve that is brand new, maybe to this community, to understand why and how to adjust. There's also a level of accessibility you're trying to reach now, and diversity, equity, inclusion you're trying to reach now. And there is a difference between 69 applications, and if we were sitting with 200 or 300 or 400, we'd be in a very different conversation. This feels like it can be challenging because some of the lower scoring ones are folks that may be really new to this, but they're supporting